I am, miss.
Hello, my wonderful friends. How are you on this Saturday? I hope it's still Saturday. I am not sure. It might still be. It might be some other days wherever you are. I am sorry. I was possibly a couple of seconds late because my dog, who was happy with my daughter the whole evening, decided that now was the time to kick open the door, and now all the sounds of the house are here and everything. I love an ace welcome. Hi Candace, how are you? How are you all? Hi Maria, I am sitting here and squeezing out gouache paint into a palette for them to dry and realize that we are moving in a week. Will they dry until then? No, this depends. Well, it also depends on the air humidity and whatnot, but Stockholm isn't now super humid. It's less humid than here anyway. Another thing that it depends on is how much you squeezed into the palette. I'm gonna show how much I squeezed. I don't like to squeeze out too much. I'm using these essentially like opaque watercolors. When I want to use gouache like a gouache, I like to use it in its actual consistency. Well, have it in its actual consistency, and then, you know, either I kind of loosen it a bit or use it thickly. Depends on what I'm doing. But this is how much I squeezed out. You can see those little blobs. I just used it tonight as well, so it's a little bit wet. But this one, basically, I left out the lid. This palette is actually going to stay wet. There's a little kind of silicone seal here. You can see when I'm putting my finger in and pressing it in. So for a couple of days, I kind of kept closing this thing and it stayed totally wet. I didn't try at all. So I wanted this palette to be maybe not fully dry, but at least the top, because I kept, when I was mixing the colors, I kept putting my hand or my wrist into these paints constantly. So I decided to dry at least the surface of them, and it wasn't open for more than a day. And you know, it's probably, you know, if you squished, there's probably a little bit of give in it, but it's totally now in a state that, you know, if you touch it, nothing will carry onto your hand, and you can, you know, turn it upside down and so on. So it doesn't take long. No, as long as you keep it open. If you close the palette, then the story is different. Hi Dana! Hi Serena! Hi! How are we today? I am kind of off form slightly. I don't know what's going on. I'm not exactly sick, but I'm kind of veering towards, I don't know what it is, some cold or whatever. I'm not feeling great, but still functioning, still going strong. And so we had this thing at my work that unless you're dead, there is no excuse for not showing up. Thank you so much, Charla. You are an angel. Close the door, please. Yes. Thank you. That was my daughter, and look at what she brought me. She made me a smoothie, and she's the bestest. She is the bestest. I need that smoothie, I'm telling you. Maria, or will I be moving with them wet? I can see myself running around and protecting them. Again, protecting good chickens. No, you'll be fine, Maria. If you leave it open for a day or two, it will be dry enough, at least the top layer, for it not to be splashed all over the palette if it gets, you know, slightly turned to the side or whatever. You're fine. Hi, Amy. Oh, hi, Atlanta. Oh. How are you all? I hope you're doing well. She is fantastic, and I really needed a pick-me-up. So here it is, my pick-me-up. And she makes nice ones. She doesn't make them too sweet. I bet you it sounds weird when I'm sucking something through the straw and trying to speak at the same time. Hi, Yana, how are you? My daughter just brought me smoothie, so I'm a bit distracted at the moment. I also have to make sure that I don't put it too close to what I'm going to color, because I do not think even a sturdy page would survive encounter with berry smoothie. Oh, she makes them nice and thick, and she doesn't sweeten them. I don't like when those things are sweetened. I can't do much sugar at all. Okay, let me see what's happening. Dana, oh no, I hope it doesn't turn into my Chanika. Yeah, so do I, fingers crossed. Just off form. Sometimes it, comes and goes, and, it'll be fine. I'd say it'll be fine eventually. Well, eventually. It's a very wide term, isn't it? Amy, I started looking for tape, and now I'm organizing my whole closet. So I'll perch you up on the shelf while I work. That's the best way. Oh. Candace, you might like it better than that paint. Yeah, that is true. I think that paint is now, if any of you were close by, which you sadly are not, because then we could meet up in the cafe, do coloring sessions in person. Wouldn't that be cool? But since none of you are nearby and I can't just, do you want to try? Hand it to somebody? Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'll probably toss it onto vintage. Maybe, somebody will want it. It looks impressive. Do you know, if you look at it, it looks fantastic. All the, fantastic colors, and there's sweatshirt and everything. So maybe somebody will pick it up for cheap. And then it's more so, it's not that much selling it to get the money back. It's more so I want it now gone. That Atlanta, yes, that is Leon's journey in front of me. Here we go. I hope it's not overexposed again. It's kind of, I did kind of set the exposure to reasonable levels. I'd actually check, just a second, would there be, if I went a little bit darker, would that be a bit better? This is experiment. Is that better? Is there less glare? Can you see the details better? Let's see on the white page, does it work better? I think it might actually. I might leave it for time being on slightly lower exposure. Hi Andrea, how are you? Dana, I know, I really wish we could all get together. Could you imagine the good time that would be? That would be awesome. That would genuinely be awesome. But yeah, wishes were horses. The beggars would ride. Atlanta, I haven't had drawing friends since high school. Yeah, I know. I wish we could all hang out and create art together. Exactly, I'm the same. I don't really have anybody in real life. And I've tried to even find, some sort of at some stage, there's nothing much. It's fairly rural area. There's not many things around that you could do kind of like an, evening thing. And at some stage there was this thing that they were going to start drawing art classes in local kind of a community center type of a place. And they had 1 or 2 lessons, and I was like, yay, I'm going to do it. I showed up, and of course then the teacher decided there wasn't enough people there for her to kind of make it worth it for her. So after 2 lessons it was all gone, and I had so hoped that I could do something like that in real life with actual people, and maybe find people who would fit. It's not easy to find people who fit, as you might know. Oh, hi, Color by Adri. Hi. Yeah. So, today is a pencil day. Now let me know if that looks too dark for you. If you want me to make it a bit brighter, let me know in the chat. You can do it now in the chat, if it feels, because I changed it darker because I felt that it was a bit too glary. You can, see it better, but if it feels like it's too dark, I'm going to brighten it slightly, so let me know. Okay, because in different computers and on different screens things can be different. I have noticed sometimes that my computer screen is lying to me and things look more overexposed than they sometimes are. So, oh, hi Chris! Hi baby boy, how are you? I hope Storm's doing well. I hope you're healthy now. Maria, people who understand our diagnosis. Yes, yes, exactly. It's hard to find them. Andrea, not feeling too well tonight, but I'll try to stay up as long as I can. How are you, Annika? How's everyone doing? I'm a bit iffy, but I'm fine. I'm functioning. I haven't broken any limbs, so that's great. Something, on the verge of some sort of a cold or just feeling weird slightly, but it's fine. Adri, that book is so beautiful. I finished The Bunny's Hawk this week. Yes, this book is truly beautiful. It's so pretty. Oh, one tip that I don't know if I've actually told anybody or showed last time, and I was doing the watercolors here. Obviously, you protect the page next to it and you put something underneath the page. I'm not doing it today, but no, I'm pretty sure I never mentioned that. And you put something like this behind the page as well, but in a perfect world, you also tape it to the page so it wouldn't move around. And let's say you get something on the backing paper. If it moves around behind the page, then everything gets pulled underneath here and you get big stains. You still can get a little bit, kind of your brush strokes from the top can sometimes go on the other side as well. But one thing that I probably didn't mention is that I also do this. If it's a longer paper, I kind of fold it over, and that really protects the side of the book. Because if it was exactly fitting paper and I had the paper like that here, depending on how open it was or how my brush went, I have basically stained the whole side of the book like that before. But if you fold it over like this, it essentially protects everything. Take quite a few pages like this, and it keeps everything neat and clean, which is not actually, it's very surprising for me. I'm not usually that much about keeping things super neat, but just in case you're more into it. The tidiness project. Sorry, it's me and my smoothie. My daughter made me a smoothie. For people who were not here, my daughter is the bestest. Okay, Candace, I'm on a desktop monitor and it looks good from here. Good. Chris, yes, I seem to be completely over the cold. Great, Chris. Storm is still sleeping, if you can believe it. It's his day off. And the puppies are good too. Aww, that's great. Candace, I've been using turmeric ginger shots to ward off the yucks. I drink one every time I go to the grocery store. Huh. Turmeric ginger shots. Okay. Hi, Brittany. Hi. Long ago from working and my parents shopping for a small amount of groceries, a set job. Atlanta is the barking cough there in Ireland. Human metapneumonia. Okay, virus. It's really prevalent here on the west coasts. I've been fighting it for 3 weeks. No, I have not heard much of it, but I have heard, it seems, in the US, even some of other creators. Isn't Elm Colors struggling at the moment with really bad cough and just can't shake it? That might be it. Serena, while we've been making fabulous progress on the page. Thank you. That's just watercolors. I haven't put any pencils on it yet. So this is just kind of a base. Dirty, dirty, dirty base. Hi, Linda. Hi, everyone. That page turned out beautifully. It's not finished. I need to start working on those houses first, because I usually move like that from the top. I'm not going to do much to the bridge, because I actually got the shadows down pretty sharp. I will do a little bit of texture and some extra shadows here and there, but not a huge amount. The bridge actually is kind of almost fine. Andrea, the page is absolutely mesmerizing. Annick. Oh, thank you. Chris, it took me about 3 weeks to get over it. Yeah, I've heard about that. I really, really hope that it doesn't come here. Brittany, honey. Okay, yeah, honey is a good thing for coughs, yeah. But if it gets bad enough, honey alone won't cut it. Atlanta, yes, it's prevalent in the wastewater here in California. Oh, Maria, I have been sick since December. Right now, okay, knock on wood. Okay, fingers crossed. Jana, I'm eating a shrimp and andouille gumbo. The creek is flooding and now is a huge lake behind me. Pretty soon it will be living on the bayou stage. So gumbo it is. It sounds super nice though. Shrimp and andouille gumbo. Oh, it sounds tasty. Maria, yes, the page is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Atlanta, yes, I forgot to say ginger, honey, and lemon. Yeah. Serena, Annika, I finally got the Woomer pencils and you weren't wrong. They are lovely, actually. Yes, they are. Oh, I have news about Woomer pencils. Okay. News is, I went to the website about a week ago, less than a week ago, and I discovered that they now have the whole range open stock. This is what I was waiting for. This is, now I feel so much more comfortable recommending them. I, of course, went and already ordered some of the darks, because that's just the person I am. I know the specific pencils that I'm going to run out super fast, so I ordered myself some spares for stuff like that madder red purple. I use that sort of a color on the skin a lot, you know, kind of like really dark ones, and just some more interesting colors that I know are going to go quite fast on me. I love those pencils. I think from the last couple of years, oops, okay, I'm going to get them all into the shot. Yeah, they are possibly the best offering. Now, please note, I am not affiliated in any way, okay? I have bought those myself. Nobody has sent me anything. Nobody has given me any free stuff or anything. Which, you know, I wouldn't mind if Woomer wanted to give me the free sets of pencils, because love them. Okay, Andrea, also thank you so much for carrying on with this page, and it will be fascinating to see you continue with the pencil work after the watercolor. Yeah, I kind of promised last week that, you know, since we got so committed to this page, and boy was I committed. Now, slurp again. That paint was a pain. So I might as well then work a little bit with the pencils as well. Adri, color for Mother of Three, that's great. Yep. Adri, I got the Woomer pencils last year. They are very nice. Yes, they are. Serena, great news. Yes, they are great news. Dana's, cool. I'm glad they are making them all available. Exactly. Adri, I saw last night that Amazon is selling them in packs of 10 in greens and reds, and also skin set. Okay, I haven't seen these, but I now very much prefer their open stock on their own website. And one more thing, if you live in the area that Prismacolor is a pain to find or expensive to buy, I'm not saying that it's exactly Prismacolor, but the white is very good. I can do good things with the white, with that white. It's, you know, like quite near in opaqueness and strength and softness to Prisma White. I'm not saying that it's exactly there. No, nothing is exactly Prismacolor, but they're darn near these ones. Is Woomer wax or oil? Pretty sure these are wax. Like, I'm going by the feel, okay? I don't know if what they actually say on the website, and to be honest, it doesn't really, I don't really classify or care much, you know, how the company, you know, puts names on it, you know, wax or oil. It's all so, they all have wax and oil. And some wax pencils can be harder than some oil pencils and vice versa. So it's all about how they feel. And if by wax pencils you mean they are softer, smushier, more opaque pencil, then yes, that's what they are. Sorry, I went on the tangent again. It's one of my hobby horses. It's like there's no such thing as like fully wax or fully oil. Oh, hi, Holly. Hello. Thank you, by the way. I was absolutely, like, startled when I got back. I'm in the middle of the night last night. And I could not believe that I had won. Because I don't win. This doesn't happen to me usually. So I was so chuffed. I won Mouse Guard book from Holly. You know, the one that she was raffling for the Coloring for Cancer. And I won it. I could not believe my eyes. I just needed that lift so bad, because I had been feeling super crappy yesterday quite a bit, especially like late in the evening. And it just gave me such a boost. Okay. What did I, blah, 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 wax or oil, Woomer or wax, yep. Maria, how are the acrylics? Not a clue. Do you mean by acrylics the acrylic markers? You mean, yum, 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 yum. Okay, dropping everything, losing everything. Service as usual in this one. Do you mean these ones? This is Woomer one. And if you are looking at these ones, then you can get them probably exactly the same ones cheaper from Temu. Those are white labeled silver barrel acrylic markers. They're good. They're all right. They're nice and juicy. They have loads of interesting colors, but you don't have to buy them from Woomer. They are available just, you know, white labeled or, you know, without any brand in so many different places. So these ones are, you know, they're okay. And if you want to buy them from Woomer, that's fine. Because I presume they curate it somewhat, you know, their set. But yeah, they're... Oh, hi! Hi, Curious Minded Seeker. Hi, Em. Oh, it's lovely to see you. Aw. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everybody, for congratulations. Yeah, I'm delighted. I always liked that book, but I was not, you know, I have kind of a limit of what I'm prepared to pay for the coloring book, and that book was going for way more, and I'm telling you, way more than I could feel comfortable paying. But I love them. Hollyberry, I love the Woomers. Oh, did you see that? Did I say they have now open stock for whole range now on their website? So I'm like delighted. I just discovered it. I already ordered some pencils. Of course I did, because I love them. They're really nice and soft and blend super well. And color choice, now that they have those extra colors, is very nice as well. Chris, my favorite Acrylic markers are Just Art. I don't even know that brand. Probably not available here once again, because things you can get in States and things you can get in Europe tend to be different. Adri, I could not connect to the live. I had a migraine, so I missed it. Oh, I'm sorry, Adri. I hope you're feeling better. Well, I presume you're better since you are here, but yeah, I hope it wasn't too long and yet you managed to shake it fast enough. Holly, oh really, I may just buy the 90 set to finish mine. Yeah, no, you can actually do that, but if I was you, I would go to the website, figure out the colors that aren't in the 72 set, and just buy the pencils, not the full 90 set. You know, an idea. But it is, of course, more convenient just toss the 90 set into the basket. You'll use them up. Dana, I'm excited to see you coloring Mouse Gardenica. I think it'll be amazing to see. Yeah, I hear such different reports about the paper in that book as well. Some people say, oh, it's great for water media. You know, I can use ink tints in it, neo colors, whatnot. Other people say, oh, it's awful, it's terrible. Only, you know, pencils only, pencils only. It's like, who should I now believe here? Oh. Hi, Jana. How are you? Colorful, like Maria, what women's pencils are my favorite colors? Okay, so, Maria, I am buying as we speak. Holly, I don't mind duplicates. Maria, we will see if the bank is okay this time. I was denied last time, as you remember. If you have issues, we can do the same as last time. I'll order them for you and you just do PayPal. Oh, hi, Bumblebee! They are great. Like, I haven't been paid a penny for it, okay? No, they're not given to me free. I haven't been paid. I genuinely love them. They are great. They are closest to the Prisma budget pencils have ever come. And now they have full range available, open stock also on the website. And to encourage that trend, not even if, you know, maybe you like some types of pencils better, but I would, you know, get people to buy them and buy the open stock just to encourage that trend that the companies actually invest into it, and, you know, more of the budgety pencil crowds will try to make the open stock available. Okay, that was a bit burpy, let's be honest. Oh, Bumblebee, I have something for you. I have something for you, Bumblebee. It's almost ready, okay? It's not quite ready, but it's almost ready. Here you go. I know I'm late, okay? I know I'm late, but I made you a bee. Sorry. Happy last birthday. Happy birthday to you. Candace, I would love to see you use ink pens. Do you enjoy the pencils? Yep, they're fine. They're fun. They are wonderfully vibrant. I keep forgetting about them, but I should use them more. Coloring Bumblebee. Oh, Jess, yeah, I want to get the chroma flows first. Okay, then probably the warmers. Yeah, that makes sense. Hi. I'm holding on for dear life here. I've had better days. I have had worse days. Life is going well. Holly, alright, I gotta run, but it was nice to chat for a quick second. You all take care. Aw, bye, Holly. Have a good day. Cheers. Everyone like the live before you leave. Adri, I like my chroma flows. Yeah, chroma flows are fantastic, and chroma flows are unique in a sense that they are very soft, very blendable pencils that that are also no, I've lost my English. the lead is smaller, so you can more easily do and blend pages that have more detailed build up, like from Johanna Basford to sometimes the likes of R.J. Hampson, for example, who also sometimes has very detailed pages, and the thinner pencil actually works better. But it's very rare to have thinner pencil like that with kind of a almost, I'm not saying the same, but kind of a Prismacolor like very soft lay down and easy blendability. So just that is one epic beat. Thank you, thank you. It's all for you. Sadly, I cannot rip it out and send it to you, but it's yours. Dana, oh, the way I did that metal, in case you're interested, ouch. I just stuck my hand into a smoothie. I don't know how I did that because that's a deep, oh, whatever. If you want to see how I did that metal, it's in my today's video that I published today, bits and pieces. There's a clip where I show exactly on this wing, you know, how I did that from kind of a building up the texture. It's really easy. Okie doke. Priyasha, hi Annika, are the women similar to Prisma in terms of color range, or do they have somewhat different color range? They do not have identical color range, okay? They have quite a few colors that are similar, but they are unique. There's quite a lot of colors that I haven't kind of come across exactly the same versions in Prisma. So to me it would be good complement to Prisma colors as well. And also if for example, if you like a soft pencil but you like to let's say you like to sometimes color on surfaces like acrylic surface, or you know, kind of bastings with watercolors or bastings with satin glazing, which all give paper more tooth, and on those surfaces Prismas go super fast. So if you want to save your Prismas a bit, there's your answer. Just I'm getting more and more frustrated with the quality of Prismas, and I've heard several people use Chroma Flows as their wax pencil of choice. Chroma Flows are fantastic. And, well, see, I'm biased because I'm very much a Derwent girl. I'm a Derwent fan. I like Derwent color range. I know it's a matter of taste. I know technically Prisma colors are more balanced in the palette. I just like Derwent colors or Derwent palette. Yeah, it's a very individual thing. Favorite pencils in my collection? Lightfasts. So, Derwent Lightfasts. Anyways, about these ones, you wanted to know which ones I really like. Okay, some of them are... not all of them are unique, okay, to the set, but the ones I kind of tend to grab, I actually like their yellows a fair bit. I like their faint yellow, which is a really beautiful, really kind of a pale, it's actually called faint yellow, and it's beautifully pale, almost whitish yellow, really nice. And then most of the yellows range I actually like quite a bit. If some of them look like I haven't used them, some of them are duplicates, and some of the back, this pencil case is a bit of a mess. Then Madder Red Purple is big favorite of mine. I also like the Alizarin Crimson here, nice and strong pencil, actually darker than the body looks. Look at the lead. Always when you are... if you don't have a swatch in front of you, and often I don't have to have swatch in front of me, I don't even want to because it slows me down many times. Don't look at the body, don't look at this jacket of the pencils, look at the lead, and you can tell right away that this one is way darker, you know, what color it is. At least, I don't know, maybe it's kind of a habit as well, but I can pretty much tell looking at the pencils. Then the Chili Pepper is a fantastic red, deep and beautiful. Let me see. I'm going to take this one. It's a fairly textured book. This is where I basically just scribble. I don't particularly like the paper, so I use that for scribbling. Okay, the Chili Pepper. I just like that red so much. I don't know, it's really strong, it's really pretty. such a gorgeous red. I don't know, but there's most of the reds line is pretty nice. And of course they have loads of kind of variations on skin tone, and they have some more beige tones as well, which are fairly rare. Where's the beige one that I wanted to show? That this is actually rare in a budget set, or in any set for some reason. Light cadmium red is a fantastic, almost white. It's very, very light red. It's great for doing skin tones also. If you're doing the skin, if you don't want the skin to go to, sometimes skin color choices that often are recommended to people in a lot of videos and by the companies themselves, where essentially they say these are skin colors, tend to lean heavily towards orange. You know, the peaches and salmons and whatnot, and these give you very, very orange results, obviously. So I often prefer to go more into kind of a purplish, and this light cadmium red is beautiful. Yes, I do add some of those peaches as well, but not as a main expanse often. I do sometimes, but most of the time I don't. So I like nice, you know, kind of a soft pinks. I like those kind of a really red purples, but kind of a brownish red purples, like this one. This one is called specifically Matter Red Purple. It's fantastic for doing skin shadows. And here another one that I would use occasionally for skin shadows if I want to go really dark. And this one, now you put that underneath, and then if you go with peaches on top, the yellow in the peaches will neutralize it, and you get really nice skin shadows. And this one is called Red Violet. So yeah, these colors, I use them up usually pretty fast in my sets. Red purple here also, the same story. I often use that sort of a pencil in skin. This pink is gorgeous. It's violet pink, and it's beautifully vibrant pink. I have too many favorites. I'm going to be sitting here for ages and just showing you pencils. You'll be bored out of your head. Where's my beige that I knew? There was beige. Am I hallucinating? There was something that was quite beigey. The peach is what I like, that the peach isn't too orange. It can work as a beige almost. Like, it's not too orangey. Some peaches can go very heavily into orange. This one has leaning more towards pink, and also can double as beige. Yeah, so it's a fantastic set. Eggshell is a beautiful color, not too yellow. You can also use that as a beigeish. Sorry, I'm now too close to the camera, I suspect. So, yeah. Oh, you might notice that I have slight enthusiasm for this set. This clay rose is beautiful. There's too many pencils. Okay, sorry. Chris, I have Derwent Lightfast, but I have not been able to figure out how to use them to the best ability. It's me, not the pencil, but I will figure them out eventually. They are really great. And to me, I like the versatility because I can blend them almost like Prismas. Like, I can push them into each other. They are soft enough. But I can also do endless, and I mean endless layers. They are just gorgeous. And such deep. One of the favorite things about these pencils is that they're so pigmented that all the colors are like, you can make them, you can put them down as a thin layer and they're subtle, but you can also go like super deep and super dark with them. Piotr, thank you. That makes me want to explore them more now. Appreciate all the wonderful videos. Hubby and I just finished watching the Patina Bee video. And we both think you're a coloring goddess. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You're so nice. Millie, hi. Annika, your vehement support for these pencils is really doing a number on my resolve not to buy them. No. If you have loads of pencils, you don't really need them. I'm just saying that if you're looking for budget pencil, that is fantastic. There's your baby. Once again, not affiliated. Jana, I have had my Prisma set for over 12 years, and when I bought them, I got a second set as well. They are still my go-to pencils most of the time to create depth and intensity. Yeah, Prismas are good. Not arguing. Dana. Lightfast 100 set is 47% off on Amazon US. Wow, that's a lot. Maria, is it so that the full set does not have the ones from the smaller set? I gave the small set away and I have only the large set. But I cannot find the chili red. Did I say the name wrong? Is it chili pepper? Sorry, it's chili pepper. It's not chili pepper, it's chili red. Yeah, one thing that I don't like about these pencils, but that's not unique to these pencils, is that stupid thing to put like that really shiny gold panel, which essentially has letters cut out of it. And it's very hard to read, especially if you have lights above you like this, fairly strong glaring lights. You have to keep doing that and kind of squint to be able to read the names of the pencils, which is one of the reasons I usually don't. I just look at the leads and there we go. Glitter Day, okay, Andrea, Nick Woomer or Faber-Castell Black Edition. Oh no, you don't do things like that to me. You don't put me, you don't put me on spot like that. See, they are such different purposes. Like they're such different pencils. One of them are kind of not super soft, but they are very nicely opaque and also less textured, so I can create this almost no pencil mark effect on rougher papers, which is quite unique. Pencils like that are actually hard to find, that they are not super soft, but they're still quite opaque. The ones that I can think of, like Pro Colors, would be like that. They are quite hard, but they are pretty opaque. Oh, but if I had to choose between them for versatility and such, probably these. Also, the color choice is bigger in these and they are more vibrant. But I have heard now that Faber-Castell has improved the vibrancy of the Black Edition, so I can't really speak. That's a deal. Dana, I bought the full ChromaFlow set from Amazon a few weeks ago at a steep discount. I still need to swatch them. I've just been admiring them. Oh, they are really nice, honestly. I have, then again, see, that's all so relative. Just a second, I'm going to open the window slightly. My head is slightly achy and sometimes just having fresh air helps. That's so individual, because I have heard people who's, who are really, really well known in coloring community, whose opinion I respect and whose coloring I admire, absolutely hating ChromaFlows. And, they're rubbish, they're not nice, they're not great with work, And I took them in my hand, and from the very first go, I absolutely loved them. Because this is individual, kind of a hand feel. Adri, I'm not a fan of Faber-Castell Black Edition. I hardly ever use them. I use them a lot. I like them a lot. They have certain purposes for me that, which makes me to use them quite a lot. AG, I just went to my Amazon. I used the USA based and they are showing as 254. So the Derwent Lightfast are not discounted for me. What number is the chili? Okay. 149. It does exist. See, it exists. Andrea, sorry for the tough questions. I'll swap them around in my wish list and we'll go for Woomers at first. Oh, yeah, no, I need to take road trip up to Columbus, Ohio and get the new drawing pencils. There is a Blix there. Oh, that's so cool. Like, there's distinct lack of decent brick and mortar art shops in Ireland, I have to say. A small country, it's often just cheaper to, and you know, easier to order things online than get anything in here, anything you actually want here for decent price. So Jess, it's hard with pencils. You can use the exact same pencils on the exact same paper, exactly. Yet two different people have very different opinions of that. Exactly. Like there's no way. Like, I don't really know what you're going to think as you get them. I can only tell you my feelings and my opinion. So this is, yeah, it's always subjective. Sorry, I'm going to blow my nose. I could have muted the microphone for that, but I did not think ahead, did I? Okie doke. Amy, I love the black edition, but I had so much trouble with sharpening them. Huh. Never had that. Absolutely never had any issues with sharpening them. I'm using electric sharpener. I don't know. Andrea, no, I love my chroma flows. I just wish they were a little more chunky. I actually like that they are thinner, because they fill that little gap, that they are great soft pencil for a more detailed page because of the thinner lead and thinner body. And, you know. And Maria, you found probably the pencil. Hi, Melinda. Hi. AJ, I think the best is to buy a couple of pencils and try them out. That's correct. But in some sets, it can be a challenge. But yeah, that would be the best way to go about it. Okay, I need now dark blue. If my voice sounds weird, that's probably the part of the same weird issue. I hope the microphone is fine, because it sometimes is acting up for me. Since I had woomers here, I took woomers since I was waving them at you. I'm going to also bring you a bit closer so you can actually see what I'm doing. Let's flex them wingers. Get myself all loose. Priyasha, so true, crawling community is so divided on the chroma flow. Drove me mad when I was deciding whether or not to get them based on the YouTube videos. Yeah, so divided, unbelievably so. I was just as confused in the beginning, but no, I really wasn't in a way, because I got when they first came out, they only came out with, I think, 12 and 24 set, just kind of a trial sets. And I bought myself the 24 set just out of curiosity, and I tried them. I loved them. So I knew already by the time most coloring channels came along and started testing them when the bigger sets came out, I already knew that I loved them. So it didn't really matter to me too much. But hi, Jeanette. Good evening. Are you asleep? I have just found you. Welcome. Welcome to the dark side. We have cookies and a lot of pencils. Alright, so I have now ocean blue. Basically, it doesn't need to be ocean blue. I grabbed a dark blue. Okay, it doesn't really matter that much. I need this area here to be like dark. So I grabbed the blue to just darken up the violet that I had dropped there. But I'm leaving bits of that violet also showing. So it wouldn't be like solid block of blue. Jeanette, I love my Woomers too. Yes, Woomers are very good pencils. I don't know if the whole conversation here started because I had just discovered, not just, but some days ago, I discovered that Woomers now have the whole range available in open stock, which I was very, very happy about. And of course ordered already some extra pencils. And now I'm starting to put a little bit of texture into the roofs, because at the moment they're kind of flat and boring and don't really look real. So I am putting a little bit of a shadow here. Should I bring you a bit closer? I'll try. Okay. Can you see a bit better now? Hopefully. Now I will create a bit of a texture. I will grab for it. Okay, I need white pencil. Sorry, I keep sticking pencils into my mouth. Sorry if that was very loud, can't be helped. Okay, so I'm going to put a little bit of white here and there to kind of create a bit of a texture that I'm going to protect. Here, just some tiny stripes. And now I'm taking the same blue that I have in my hand, and I'm following this line here is showing me the angle of the roof. So I am pulling some lines here and there, like this, about the same angle. Okay. And now I'm taking the blue at the bottom of the roof and I'm diffusing it upwards slightly. And making sure the bottom of that chimney, I'm essentially taking out line art here. I'm kind of softening and putting a bit of a shadow there. And like that. And I might take the white and maybe in some areas kind of strengthen the white slightly. Okay, and I will also need something gray because I had forgotten here color these bits and I kind of want to put them into gray. So I'm pulling here cold gray tree. Okay. Sorry, sharpening. Okay. Just don't eat the pencils. I have this awful habit of when I'm doing something or I need both hands or the hand that I'm usually holding the pencil in, I stick the pencil into my mouth while I'm doing it. So I do that a lot. I do the same with the brush as well. So you often have in my lives this moment and I go, yeah, that's short. Okay, just putting a bit of a grey here. And let's find a lighter grey. I know I had one. Okay. That's Cadet Blue, actually, is that name of that color. And once again, it does not need to be absolutely warmer. All you need is dark grey, light grey. I'm at the moment choosing cooler greys. But you can also go for warmer ones. This is absolutely a matter of choice. Okay, so now we need to create texture here as well. I often would go in with the white a little bit and create a bit of a like a scribble here and there. And here there's actually, so once again I'm following. It's easier to come from this side because I can see the angle from this side. So if I'm putting those stripes and textures down, it's easier to start from there. So I would keep, it's easier to keep at the angle, the correct angle. Okay, and here is also just, I'm not putting like evenly those stripes everywhere. I'm just creating a bit of a highlight and a bit of an interest. Jeanette, yes, I'm happy about that too. I had the big set for my birthday, so enjoy the 133 set colors, yes. Jeanette, my box was damaged and a few pencils broken, but they have a sharpener. Okay. They have, okay. Annika, would you consider teaching us how to use pan pastels in your coloring books? I remember you doing one short video, but maybe teaching us in detail. Do they interest you enough? Yes, I like pan pastels quite a bit. I find them very enjoyable to use. So essentially I'm just here at the moment softening, kind of darkening some areas, and I'm pretty much using the same ocean blue at the moment anyways to do that. Okay, and now I'm putting those kind of roof tiles or whatever they are. I'm putting those lines in. And now these lines I need to keep pretty even distances. Not very. Like, it doesn't need to be perfect, but. So I'm putting those lines in. And because it's kind of distance, you don't have to go super detailed and super neat about it. But a little bit of texture put in like this really improves, in my opinion, the overall effect. It looks more like actual roof. Because the author hasn't actually given any texture for the roof, so. Jeanette, the sky is stunning. Thank you. Oh, we struggled with that sky. Boy, did we struggle. I did it in the last live stream, and I had watercolors that I thought I was going to love, but I did not. They were not great. Oh, it was almost short of cursing live. It was not good, but we kind of achieved mostly what I wanted to achieve. So okay, putting a shadow here on the chimney also. I can show there's enough shadow there. Putting a bit of texture into the chimney as well, so it wouldn't be so neat and blendy. Those are old houses, so a bit of a grungy effect here and there won't hurt. Jana, I usually have pencil in my mouth. You get me, Jana. It's so convenient. It's just the best place to stick it so you wouldn't lose it. Because if I put it on my desk and in the middle of everything that I usually have on my desk, I usually be looking for it for ages before I find it. Okay, I'm going to also put a tiny bit of shadow here behind those dormers. I hope I'm calling them the right name, but that's what we would have called them, the dormer windows. Andrea, I was just watching Annie Reyes using them and create magic, but pan pastels are way out of my budget, so they will have to wait to my wish list. Yeah, pan pastels. That's one of the things also that I do have them, but I also feel that, you know, doing tutorials with them, they're not cheap. I do like them though. You can get really cool effects with them, but I should practice with them more. I would happily do some stuff with them, but I suspect that, you know, those videos wouldn't get much traction because not too many people have them. What is an alternative? Okay, I'm losing things again, sorry. I have the alternative thing here, but I can't find it at the moment. Nope, can't find it. Naomi has a small set. I think it's 12 possibly. You can only get them, I think, on the places like AliExpress and such. And those are, they're not exactly quite as pigmented and good as pan pastels, but they are quite good. Blend really well, and they are quite, you know, comparing to pan pastels, they're like way cheaper. It looks like a big like palette of blushes, but I can't find it at the moment. I would need to kind of root around a little bit. It's not next to me, so I don't want to go looking for it. Okay, so this roof looks alright. Putting a little bit of a blue onto those edges as well. You okay? I thought somebody was knocking on the door, but no. Let me see what you're saying here. Hi Tara, how are you? Hi Lemon Joe's wife. Gonna run, but you always get big likes from me. Thank you. Someday I'll try the Woomers, but I just bought the Posca pencils. Yep, 48 sets, so need to chill for now. I can't get Posca 48 set. The only one I can get here, for some reason, mysteriously, is Posca 36 set, and now I want, if I'm going to buy them at all, which, you know, I don't really need them, let's be honest, but if I wanted to get them, I would want to get the full set, you know, the 48 colors. So I'd like to try them, but I would like to try like properly with all the colors that they have to offer. Okay, let's put in some texture lines here with white. That is just to create some extra highlights. And I'm doing everything here with one pencil, because I have most of the, see, that's why I often like to put most of the color variations down already as I'm doing the watercolor, because then you need minimal amount of pencils. So I was always planning that I essentially here will be using mostly dark violet and maybe dark blue for shading. Oh, making sure that this top of the, and I'm just putting in shadows and textures. As I said, this is background essentially, so no. Okay, let's see. Pierre Annika, in that case, could you please teach us how to use pan pastels wherever you get a chance? I can do something with pan pastels, but please don't call it teaching, because I'm not an expert. I can, you know, show how I use them and what I do know, and, you know, what knowledge I have. But it's by far not my best medium. Hi, error, try again. I did not see you coming in, sorry. We bought an alternative. Oh, okay. Yes, the Nayoni ones. Yes. Yes. Posca pencils need to expand their color range. Yeah, I haven't tried them, so I can't really say. Tara, the 10 set is perfect of pan pastels and relatively cheap. Then you can mix all the colors yourself. One of your fave mediums. That sounds so cool. Like, I have practiced with them a little bit, but I should really do more. Coloring book paper is not usually ideal for pan pastels. Like with most of soft pastels, to get a really good, kind of really effective result, you need a bit more texture. So yeah, coloring book paper isn't the best for them. Things can be done, yes, and I can show what I can do. I'm by no means expert with them. What I have done sometimes, if I'm using soft pastels or pan pastels, is that I put down satin glazing or something that creates a bit of a tooth or texture on the paper. Satin glazing diluted is great for that. And then pan pastels and any soft pastels will become suddenly much more vibrant on top of it. Okay, I need to sharpen the pencil. Maria, I had packed a bag with the woomers to my daughter, but after our discussion I went to the bag and took them out and exchanged them to Ortex. I'm sorry, you make me cough, Maria. I just could not let the Woomers 72 go away. Melinda loved the Woomers, was very skeptical. So was I, because most of the people, when I first saw people saying, oh, they're fantastic, but most of those people had gotten them, obviously, because at first Woomer would send them out to people. Most of the people obviously had gotten them from Woomer for a review, and I was like, are they really that good, or are you biased because you got them from the company? I'm not saying that people are lying, I'm just saying that if you get something from the company free, you kind of feel, biased is one way to say it, and also a bit kind of like almost obligated. You don't want to say something super bad because they send you free stuff. I tried to kind of be ruthless about it, but I'd rather not to take too many of those review things on, because yeah, I find it hard to be very neutral if somebody has contacted me and given me stuff to review. Here we go, the lines of the roofs. Okay, I need to also get some brown there, because I want on some roofs there to be a little bit of a rust. So I'm grabbing the terracotta. This is the terracotta that has, there's two terracottas in this set, which is kind of weird. One is terracotta with two words. So there's terracotta and terracotta. This one is terracotta. What? So it's number 540. Hi, Emma. Oh, Emma, yes, now I remember. Oh, sorry, I totally forgot. Tara, if you spray with fixative and then use them, it's golden. Oh, that, yeah. I've heard that one as well, but I've so far haven't done that. I've only used them on satin glazing base. Who else? Amy, I love pan pastels and also just have the regular colors and mix. It's basically unlimited colors. Yeah, you don't need to have many. If you have, it's like watercolors. If you have any experience or skill whatsoever, you don't need to have huge amount of them. You just need to learn how to mix them. Like if you practice that a bit, you can do a whole page with a 12 set of pencils, kind of like basic sets, and achieve also most colors. So it is a matter of kind of practicing. Okay, I'm now putting here a little bit of that terracotta here and there, not evenly. I'm dropping it in some corners and leaving some untouched, and some panels are going to be just bluish, but it kind of gives that effect that, you know, they're a bit old and kind of crusty, those roofs. Emma, I'd love Woomers. I'm going to treat myself to them one day. Yeah, Woomers was actually a funny story, because they had, when I had started the YouTube channel, I think I'd had it a couple of months, and they had actually contacted me at some stage, but at that stage somehow I kept missing all my, I hadn't set up my email properly. My you know, the channel name email, well, I had it set up, but I hadn't did forwarding the emails to my main account, and I constantly forgot to check it. So they had contacted me to, you know, can we send you stuff, and I never saw it. So so I had already bought their pencils based on the good reviews, and I sent them nice polite emails saying thank you very much, but I really have your pencils, you don't need to send me free stuff. Here we go, but of course I sent it a bit late. But yeah, I at least try to be, you know, mostly, you know, either I don't do at all those review things, or at least I'll try to be very selective about it, you know, that I don't want to just accept everything and anything, because there's some pretty weird stuff around there. And I've heard that some companies essentially try to treat you as if, you know, you're working for them almost, you know, kind of, you know, you need to sell our stuff. It's like, I'm not, like, I would, like, no. I might review if you send me something, but I will not send your sell your stuff. I'm not employed by you. There you go. I went a little bit into the sky, just taking it off with them. This is the Tombow Mono Zero. I really like that. Jess, I know exactly what you feel. There's a lot of creators who were sent to Boomers. Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah. Melinda, I have liked so many pencils people liked and didn't like them at all. So with Woomers, I was skeptical. Yeah, I can also see that. I have had a fair bit of disappointment. I think at some stage, usually I try not to go by reviews too much. I have a couple of very neutral reviewers that I listen to a little bit, but more so to get their description a bit, you know, of the pencils. But I don't remember who I saw a review of. I don't know if you remember those pencils. They were EGUSA pencils, and whoever was reviewing them, it was somebody in the CARYING community. Really liked them. And I know that they do genuinely like them, because they're still cheerfully using them occasionally. You know, I see in the videos that they used EGUSA pencils. And I was like, okay, yeah, you know, that sounds good. Everything that she said about them sounded, yeah, it's totally down my alley. And then I got the set myself, just, you know, out of curiosity. And of course, I have way too many pencils already, but do I ever have enough? Possibly not. So I got them, and I was like, did not like them much at all. They were just so generic, and, you know, nothing interesting or new about them. You know, I had most of the pencils I already had and loved were just way better. So yeah, they left the house pretty fast. I'm just putting some of the kind of a terracotta here to make some of the panels to look a bit crusty. Just adding a bit of interest. Some near the skyline here as well. No, that's a bit better. Emma, I've rearranged all my coloring stuff and now I can't find anything. Yep, that happens to me every time I reorganize everything. It's like, can't find anything. Just, if a company wants you to sell their stuff, then they need to pay you an hourly wage. Exactly. But I've heard that some of them actually use that wording. Was it Artex or... I might be wrong. That, you know, when they actually contact you and give you kind of prompts, you know, how you should make the videos and what you should say, it's like, no. No, 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 no. That's not how it's going to go. Well, I've only really done a couple. Well, Ohuhu at some stage sent me some stuff, and because I already had their stuff and I pretty much trusted them, I did. This pencil now, sorry, I didn't mention. That's blah blah blah. Okay, once again, Middle Tailor Blue. And I'm just, some of the areas where I put the dark blue pencil in, the ocean blue, are a bit, I can see the pencil texture a bit too much, so I'm just going over slightly with that one to soften it a little bit. Because it's essentially very similar to the color, the base color, the color of the roof itself. So, just blending it out a little bit, of softening things. So, it wouldn't be so visibly pencil texture. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Jeanette, I came across some flowers I had drawn and cuddled when in hospital with my Ergosoft. Honestly, I think they're better what I do now. Oh. Advertising merchandise would make me feel weird too, I think. I understand why many creators do. It's part of the YouTube experience these days, but I understand the reluctance. Yeah, I'm not saying that I am super bloody principled or anything. I would, you know, if it's an interesting stuff and, you know, a company wants me to just kind of test them or review them, I don't have anything against it. But I do have something against it when they start telling me that, you know, you should do it that way, or, you know, this is how you should build up the videos. Like, no, 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 no. This is now pretty much working for you, and I'm not doing that. They need to actually pay me for that. Emma, I've sorted through all my books, realized I have far too many coloring heavens, so what did I do today? I bought 2 more coloring heavens. Polys are the best. Okay, yep. Polys are fantastic. Polys are such all-rounders. Like, they're such... that even almost unique in that sense, that they can pretty much do everything. Anyway, that's kind of my feel for them anyway then. I like them a lot. But there's very few pencils that, you know, they're pigmented enough that I can do almost Prisma-ish force blends if I really want to. Or I can just layer and layer and layer. They are really good. And very balanced palette, of course. Which is why, you know, I might have my preferences. I might, you know, they might not be my favorite pencils. But if somebody said, okay, I can only, like, I want to buy a artist quality set, but I can only get one, you know, I want only get one, then I would probably say polychromos. Although they're not, you know, the mostest, the favoritist, whatever. But they are fantastic. Okay, here I'm not putting in the texture. I'm just going to go upwards like this. Okay. But yeah, when I was more of a planner YouTuber, I got contacted and it was a very loose form. I could say whatever I wanted about the products, but I couldn't be so frank for psychology. Exactly. When you get the free stuff, you do have some sort of a, you know, even if you don't like the product at all, you at least try to be somewhat polite about it, you know? Try to find something positive as well as negative. I don't know, it is psychology. So I'm just pulling some texture up like that from here. And I'm putting in some, oh, I forgot to do the sides with the darker blue, the ocean blue. Putting a bit of a shadow here underneath the roof bit. I have for some reason this thing that I possibly want to do those eaves or whatever you call them with something shiny. I don't know why, because this picture is not going to have many shiny elements at all. But in my head I want to put something sparkly on there. So I probably will. Okay, and I need to take the terracotta and just pull that one up there as well. Just flicking it upwards. Okay, and here as well. Sorry. Gail, hey guys, went for a nap earlier and just woke up. Oh, naps are good. Naps are so good for you. Serena, sorry I was a bit in the background trying to finish a page, and after reading the chat I've realized I've started a boomer frenzy. Yes, you did. It's all your fault. Melinda, but Faber-Castell is in a bit of trouble now. I have read about it. They don't make enough money. I hope nothing bad. Oh no, I did not know that. I did not read that anyway. It was on German news. Ouch. Serena, well, I hope they are still coming out with those extra 20 polys. Well, if they do, they are going to get huge sales because there's so many people, you know, across the board, artists, colorists, who are all going to absolutely 100% immediately buy them. But yeah, I hope that they're not going down or anything, because they are really good pencil company. They have some dot products as well, but not that much pencil wise. The pencils I'm mostly happy with, but I don't like many of their other art materials. Like, you know, most of the other stuff that I've tried for them I haven't been a huge fan of, so maybe they're very dependent on the pencil sales. I don't know. They are very popular, kind of a, you know, their budget and kids pencils are very popular, kind of a school brands here. That, you know, you would mostly buy Faber-Castell pencils for your kids. Jess, I also find making review videos tricky because you don't really know how you truly feel about product until you've used it a while. Exactly. And used it for several projects, you know, not just one little trial. Because It all depends on the, you know, from artwork itself and the style of the artwork, if they work well with that one, to the paper, to, you know, how I feel this day type of a thing. It's so bleeding subjective. But hey, we all try. And at the same time, you know, those videos are also necessary, because how else otherwise you're going to find out what other people think, the people you trust think about the products, because there is no way that the people that do reviews can afford to buy all those sets. You know, I tried, you know, everything that they review. It just wouldn't be bleeding financially viable, especially considering that, you know, if people think that we're making money on YouTube, the answer is not really no. I do make enough to buy a couple of books, and you know, and if I collect a little bit, I bought the drawing pencils. Eventually, I bought with my YouTube money the German drawings, the new ones. Emma, Shell's coloring journey is good at review. She's honest, even when she's been sent stuff. Yeah. Melinda, no bankruptcy or anything like that yet, but there are reports experiencing difficulties. No, I hope that they're going to swim out of that troubled water. Hi, Coloring View, how are you? How's the goatees? Sorry, goatees. I'm sorry, I'm certified weird. What you gonna do? Okay. Andrea, in my opinion, with Faber-Castell, it's not just losing the pencils would be sad, but there is something about having a real history like them. Yes, you know, they are a legacy company, definitely. Yeah. Emma, that's it, I quit. The prismas belong to Penny the cat now. Oh my god. Adri, just many Michael. Andrea, I watched a few videos about the history and it makes me proud using the pencils. Yeah, that is so cool. There aren't too many of those legacy companies. Well, there are a few, like Winsor & Newton is also pretty darn old. Actually, how old is Derwent? Okay, now I'm coloring out of shot, because that's useful. I'm now creating a bit of a depth here. I think I want something like sepia as well. I'm going to pull out some neutral brown. I need to sharpen it, so cover your ears. Jess, I must be very hard to make a living as a colorist YouTuber. Unfortunately, it's such a small community that growth isn't very possible, but the monetization certainly helps fund the hobby. Yes. Gail, weird is normal around here. Serena, I feel the same about Derwent also as a company. Yes, they're very cool in terms of the history, and they have exceptional customer service. I have had also very good experience with them. Then again, I have heard opposite stories, you know, people who didn't like the customer service. So, you know, nothing is perfect, I guess. So I'm taking that sepia a little bit down from the roof like that to create a bit of a crusty looking wall. And now I'm taking that blue to the bottom of the building as well. And I'm putting it down thick at the bottom here. And then I will start taking it up in a bit of a crusty way as well, uneven, so it would look like the wall is a bit peeling or, you know, tired paint. So I'm just putting a bit of texture into the buildings. I know that it's not most exciting thing to watch, but I think it really adds to the overall scene eventually when I get to it. So now I'm putting a little bit of a like texture with a very, very light hand, and I'm trying to keep it very random now, and I'm just leaving it. I'm going now take the middle phthalo blue, which is essentially the color of the walls, and I'm going over some areas to just smooth it out a bit, and it wouldn't look so pencil stroke like. More become part of the wall, that texture. Now like that. Cindy, good morning. I might have to leave soon as my homeless boy might need to go to oh no. Oh, I hope he's going to be alright. Hi Cindy. Happy to see you. I hope everything is going to work out. Adri, in Colombia, Faber-Castell are all over, but not the polychromos. Yes, that they have loads of kids and kind of a more mid-range or cheaper sets as well. And here they are as well. There's a lot of Faber-Castell products here in art shops, and you can even find them in bookshops, but they're going to be the kit sets, you know, smaller. Some watercolor pencil sets, and even some, you know, cheap kiddie watercolors and stuff like this. Polychromos would be hard to find. It would need to be specialized art shop. Okay, I gave a bit of a shadow to that ledge here as well, and I might occasionally just add a bit of that terracotta as well. And now I'm taking that terracotta and I am putting that into the windows. Because they're so tiny, I'm not going to try to create smooth lights in them. I just give them kind of a strong, dark frame like this. And I think it makes them look like they're lit well enough. Because I don't want to work them extensively. And I'm taking some of that sepia, or is it sepia? Van Dyke Brown, sorry, not sepia. I said I'm taking something sepia-like, and I'm darkening the bottom of the frame here, just to give it a bit of a color variation. There you go. And the windows I'm all going to do pretty much the same way. Melinda, I was visiting the factory. My husband said I behaved like a crazy woman, all just because of pencils. That's not just pencils, okay? They're Derwent pencils. We are going to have to save Faber-Castell. Good excuse for new pencils, I say. Yeah, Derwent factory would be cool to see. Faber-Castell being a legacy company, so true. My very first colored pencils were Faber-Castell, bought for school when I was in 6th grade. Yeah, the color Rayline was all my local store stocked back then. Yeah, I grew up sadly in a different society where Faber-Castell was something you only dreamt about. But when my kids were small, their school pencils would have been mostly Faber-Castell. You could, of course, you had choice. You could buy, some kind of super cheap, pretty much pigmentless, awful stuff also. But I always believed in buying, for kids to have any interest or any enjoyment in art, they don't have to be the most expensive art materials you buy, but you at least try to buy something that isn't downright awful, so they wouldn't have to struggle and fight with their art materials, and therefore maybe develop more of an enjoyment and joy in art. So I tried to have decent art materials for them. I'm not saying I, gave them polychromos to go take to school. But yeah, there's something that wasn't downright terrible. Because there are some really, really, almost no pigment stuff around, and they, yeah. Emma, I really didn't like polys at first. I was on the point of selling them, but they grew on me, and now they're one of my favorites. Yes, I also had that moment with polys, because my first pencils, essentially, first proper pencils, okay, I probably did have some colored pencils as a kid or whatever, but when I started coloring when I was card making. I basically, found joy in cards that had fun stamped images on them, and you needed to color those images, and that was basically the most main fun. I started with markers, not pencils, but when I got pencils I didn't know which ones to get, so I was kind of going by what that community mostly used, and most people of course used Prismas, because of course they did, and I got myself Prismas. So my first pencils were Prismas that I actually used as an adult. Okay, so I learned to color with Prismas, and now when I got first handful of polychromos, I just didn't know how to, they just seemed hard, and they just didn't work the same way as Prisma, and to me Prisma was the only way pencil should work. So it took me a while to actually understand that they're just different. Okay, so I'm taking a bit of a texture here down to the wall as well, and here at the bottom of the building. Taking up with a bit of a texture as well, and then I'm going to smooth it over very soon. I'm going to put nice shadow underneath that ledge here. I'm just taking it down. Emma, the Faber-Castell Kitty pencils are actually decent pencil. I regret giving my set away. Yes, they're actually decent pencils, yeah. I've tried them later on. Derwent is over 190 years old. Wow. Jess, if there was ever such an iconic legacy company, it has to be Crayola. Yeah, I can't argue with you there. A lot of people's art journey, whatever you think about them, as a grown-up colorist, but a lot of people's art journey started with them. And as far as kids, or marketed towards kids pencils go, they are probably one of the best ones around, yeah. At least you get consistent quality. Now they have pencil names, it's a decent product. Emma, it was always about Crayola when I was at school. Who's Gail? My mom didn't let me do art because of the mess. Oh, no, we didn't have that. I was all for them doing stuff. Although you do tend to kind of tidy up as you go a bit as a mom. but I did let them to get real messy. And funny enough, my daughter really enjoyed it, and my son at some stage just decided that he doesn't like the texture or the feel of any paints. It just, didn't enjoy playing with art materials at all. And my daughter is still into it, and my son isn't much. Like, he will, like something, he will look at what I'm doing and, say a good word occasionally that he liked this or that, or, polite comment, but he's not into art. Whereas my daughter is. Gail, my first set of Prismas was like a dream. I just sat and looked at all the pretty colors like a loon. Do you know what I mainly remember about getting the first set of Prismas? They came back then when I got them, which would have been, what, maybe 16 years ago or 15 years ago. They came non-sharpened. So I got this set of, that was 120 back then, 120 set of unsharpened pencils. Okay, I need to put on my charger for my laptop, so now we're going to have the buzzing. Sorry about that, but my battery said it was going low, so buzz it's going to be. Sorry, you'll hear it in the microphone soon enough. Sadly, that's the case. Anyways, I suddenly had 120 pencils to sharpen, and the only sharpener I had was this really crappy, those little sharpeners. Okay, this one, something like this, but smaller. And I did the 120 pencils with it, and boy, my fingers, I literally had blisters on my fingers from sharpening them. Jess, I think becoming an adult is realizing that Crayola actually creates great quality products at the price. Yes. And their water-based markers, for example, are great. They're really juicy, good colors. They dissolve with water and move so well. Fantastic. Gail, I was deprived but loved. Chris, my mother didn't either, Gail. Oh. Crayola did not start making colored pencils until 1987. That's not long ago at all. I just looked it up. Was it crayons before that? Huh. Gail, hey Chris, maybe it's why we have to have all the pencils now. Cindy, I let my children paint pictures on our floors. Oh, that's cool. I'm still annoyed that I painted over them a few years later. That's such a cool little memorial type of to their childhood. No, I didn't let them to do the floors. But I remember when, back when I was a kid, you wouldn't have usually been allowed to, draw on the walls. But then I remember it was a great day of great joy when my dad was going to change the wallpaper. So he told me that, okay, if you want to just paint and go mad on the old wallpaper now, then you can just, draw on the walls because it's fine. I'm going to change that wallpaper. It's going to come off anyway. So I remember being so happy that I could paint on the walls. Emma, I think the first decent pencils I had were actually Beryl Charisma. Oh, cool. And I also got an ancient set of Derwent pencils from back when they were Rexel. Derwent, never even heard of that. I actually got my Polychromos 120 set free. What? I bought a coloring book off eBay and the seller sent me polys instead? That's a bit of an error. Was it like deliberate or what? Did they not realize that these are expensive pencils? Jess, you should create the hashtag only color with Crayola. Emma, I tried to get in touch to tell the seller, but they never answered, so I tried eBay instead, and they just refunded me the cost of the coloring book, which was £7, I think. Oh my god. This is one of the funny stories. She's like, okay. So you didn't even pay £7. That's wow. Crayola is coming out with alcohol markers up to 120 colors and acrylic paint markers in the future, according to Jenny's Crayon Collection here on YouTube. Huh. I could see who'd actually, Emma, I could see who'd actually bought them but couldn't contact the buyer, so I ended up with 120 polys. Serena colors, Christmas to this day in my eyes are the best. Huh. Just Emma didn't choose polys, the polys chose her. That is actually hilarious. Oh, Jess, you rock. Okay, let me do this. Yeah, everybody's talking about charismas, and I don't think I'll ever get to try them. Because, yeah, I'm definitely not going to go and pay crazy money for them. Which I would have to if I actually tried to find a working, decent set. But they do sound intriguing, I have to say that. Okay, I need something darker. Not darker, but I'm taking the bluish turquoise. And I'm going to kind of just put some variations onto this house here. I'm doing the scribble coloring again. I'm not trying to make them look nicely blended and beautiful gradients. I'm just sticking down texture and scribbles, which is often the case. Nothing new here. eBay could be a pain for sellers. In all the fairness, eBay is a pain. I don't want to sell anything on eBay anymore. Gail, what coloring book was it you ordered? I'm definitely going to try and buy it. Oh. It was Jasmine Beckett Griffith's one. Okay, I was actually really annoyed because I wanted to book more. Well, I bet you're glad now. So I'm taking up little tufts of color, and I'm taking the white here and just lightening that, whatever you call it, that panel or stripe. Putting a bit of a shadow underneath it, and then bringing some texture into the building. like that. I saw a set of 72 Charisma color colored pencils go over 800, sold by eBay seller here in the USA. Wow. Serena, you are the chosen one, Emma. Just there's some sad soul out there who was excited to receive the Pollies and all they got was a Jasmine Beckett book. Oh my god. It is sad though. But hopefully at least eBay refunded them as well. In all the fairness though, eBay is a pain. They've made it super difficult to sell now anything. It used to be pretty easy from, you know, some years and years and years ago. I sold some stuff on eBay, like mostly baby stuff, you know, as they grow out of stuff, or, you know, things become non-age appropriate anymore. I sold some stuff on eBay, and back then it was quite easy and very convenient. And they've made it more and more complicated and more difficult. Because now when I last went there and kind of tried to fix things up again, boy, there was so many hoops. And yeah, every step costs something, and no, just no. Unless I really need to, I prefer not to use them. Melinda, she paid a lot of money for that book. Just Vinted is kind of a new eBay for getting second-hand bargains. Yes, and I like Vinted quite a lot. The only downside for Vinted for me is that because of the all the, you know, tariffs and whatnot and customs, at the moment Ireland can only buy and kind of use vintage, so you can buy stuff either from Ireland or France. It's not yet connected to any other countries, which is a bit of a pain, because UK would be really great, but you know, it's because of it's not EU anymore now. It's a bit of a issue there. I hope they'll sort it out eventually, because, you know, obviously there will be a lot more stuff available if I could get it from UK as well. Although even between France and Ireland there's quite a lot. Like, I have found several very good bargains, I have to say. Some really lucky ones. I got my Pro Colors from Vinted for a ridiculous price, and I got my Faber-Castell Pitt pens full set for absolutely stupid price. Brittany Daniels, I saw a used good, okay, so it's used copy of Spirit Animals by Hannah Carlson being sold for over 1,000. Oh god, on Amazon US website. Just, I find eBay sells more brand new things from third-party sellers instead of individuals selling second-hand things. Yeah, it's kind of lost its purpose. It used to be this auction of your, you know, old stuff. But now it's become this kind of a weird, often quite iffy feeling marketplace that you're not really sure if you trust very well. So yeah, I don't really, yeah, I prefer not to deal with them. Deep Violet comes out, and I am putting a little bit of a color here under the roof line, bringing color in. I should probably jump away from the buildings for a while and do something else, so you wouldn't get just bored looking at me doing those houses. I can color something. I might do that house and then I'll jump to the lamppost maybe, because that would be the next thing I would probably color. AJ, I sold most of my Barbie collection on eBay before I left the States, but it was such a pain. Yeah. Cindy, yes, I've seen people use them. Apparently they are like Prismas, but excellent. Oh, those are the... Okay, okay. Just, yeah, bloody Brexit. Yeah, I don't think... I still don't understand how that was good for anybody. Except some xenophobic maniacs. I'm sorry. I don't know. Don't call people names, Exik. That's not nice. Jess, I'm always on Vinted, says Emma, mostly for my Breyer horses, but I did get a load of Korean coloring books for a really good price. Janet, my eyes are closing, my pillow is calling. Oh, sweet dreams, Janet. Have a lovely night. You are very welcome, Janet. And you're very, very welcome back whenever you feel. Well, not tonight probably, because, you know, have a good sleep. Rest some. Now, I'm losing my purpose. Oh, here they are. Okay, this color is, hey, lavender. So I'm just kind of slightly softening it here with the lavender. Maria, I bought a book from Vinted and got it with a smell that was not okay. So now I will buy the book at full price. Oh, that's not nice experience. I've had really good ones so far. Except one time I bought... I wanted to get gel crayons. And, you know, kind of the ones that are slimmer. And I thought, why not look at Vinted? I didn't really want to pay too much for them, and you know, if there's something good priced there which look decent, I can just as well buy them there. So there was a set which the seller said was brand new set, according to them. Okay, that is now the deep violet again, and I got it from there, and I got the set, and like, it was not brand new. They felt like, you take them into your hand, they kind of feel crusty. The tips, most of the tips were, you know, smushed and, you know, clearly used. Some of the parts, some of the, you know, the cores were falling out altogether. So I had to kind of contact them and said that this is not a new set. I did not want that. So I sent it back. But other than that, I've had actually very good experience, so I guess it's a matter of luck slightly. Okay, I'm going to put some straight blue underneath it, so strong blue line. And then bringing it down slightly and in a bit of a textured way as well. So it would look a bit rough plasterwork or paintwork. Amy, in the US, Vinted isn't too popular yet, but we have Mercari. Yeah, I don't think we have Mercari here. At least I haven't heard of it. if you have something similar, then it doesn't need to be vintage. But I think vintage is now there. It just hasn't probably made its name yet. But yeah, eBay, no. eBay is kind of out for me now. I really tried. I think eBay is still, you know, if you want to buy something that, you know, is quite, you know, I don't know, really vintage stuff or really, you know, almost antique stuff, then eBay might be better option. I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But I just did not like the experience, so it's out for me. No. Serena, I'm ashamed to say, but I bought a couple of books from Facebook Marketplace, and because they had this very vintage smell, I resold them on vintage. Oh my god! Oh. What sort of a smell can that be? I'm not really even sure. That must be bad enough for you to just resell it. Is it like moldy smell, or I wonder. Okay, who is on diet with a cat? What? Melinda. Okay. And he's not a Maine Coon, just a regular black cat. AJ, in Colombia we don't have Mercari or Vinted. Do you have anything that is similar? You know, a website for selling or buying used stuff? Or, you know, people just being able to sell their things? I presume a lot of places would use the Facebook Marketplace, which isn't really popular here. Like, there's often just weird stuff there here. Like, you don't really want to buy stuff from there. Okay, and now I'm smoothing things a little bit with that middle phthalo blue. And then I'm putting the windows in, or coloring the windows, which is a very simple process. And then I might actually skip those two buildings here and go to the lamppost to give myself and you a bit variety, because, you know, there's nothing new now in these houses. It's been very much kind of a scribble coloring, which I often tend to do in images like this. I love Jess. I love doom scrolling Vinted before. Yeah, I actually do that sometimes as well, just to see if there's anything else new and interesting that has popped up, because it knows what I like, so it kind of pushes things into my feed that I might fancy, which is also, of course, dangerous. But you know, I had to look up what muggy means. Yes, mine is a muggy too. Emma Breyer Host says, stupid money on eBay. People see the name Breyer and think it must be valuable. Not all of them are, especially regular runs. Those buildings look so cool, Annika. Thank you. Thank you, Jana. I just wanted them to look a bit, you know, old and banged up. I'm just going to put this terracotta here into the windows, so they be all done. just quick fix. Amy, I've actually sold a book on Vinted and bought some stuff from here. For about a week they were letting us shop Vinted UK, but they went away again. Aww. Serena, oh, like a musty smell, and because I suffer from migraines, I just couldn't cope. Yeah, no, then not worth it. Even if it is a cool book, not worth it. AJ, well, I'm downloading Vinted just to check it out, but shipping to Colombia would be almost impossible. Yeah, I suspect that they would, yeah. Maria, smoke old perfume. Oh no. Oh no. Serena, I even aired them out for a day in the garden. Oh my god. Maria, that was the smell of your book. I can't sell it. I will let it go to the coloring book heaven. Serena, I specified in the advert that it has a vintage smell, to be fair, and the lady that bought it says she loves that smell, so win-win, I guess. AJ, no, Annika, just Facebook Marketplace. Yeah, people here aren't trusting those apps. Here it's like almost opposite. People don't trust the Marketplace much. Vinted is getting very popular here. Like people, a lot of people would be selling on Vinted and buying from Vinted. It's kind of really shut up in last half a year or so, when I think at first it was only Ireland and it wasn't that popular, but now that they added France as well, it's become much more popular. So a lot of people will be selling on it. I myself, like, I've sold stuff there. I actually have Vinted money, which is like, I could let them to transfer it onto my account, but I'm keeping it there at the moment, just in case something comes up, you know, something that I really fancy. Then I essentially would have kind of independent money there. I would have funds to get it. Because... Hi, Candace! Trying to stay awake after eating spaghetti for dinner. Oh, Candace, this is looking amazing. Love non-traditional colors and buildings. Yeah, I just like to... I thought that in this image those buildings should look pretty crusty. You know, they're not shiny, freshly painted buildings. The roofs are a bit rusty and so on. So I'm trying to quickly put the frames or whatever, the light effect onto the windows. I'm not going to, because there's so many of those tiny windows, I do not want to sit here and painstakingly create little neat blends into them. So I just put kind of a darkish wall frames onto them and darken the bottoms a little bit with this Van Dyke brown. And then a lazy woman's colouring. Let me see. Tara Tripoli outside the run. Annika Page is looking fabulous. Have a great rest of the team. Oh, thank you, Tara, for joining us. Anytime you have a moment, you're very, very welcome again. Brittany Daniels, now Nido squishable sensory toys are going for stupid high prices on the Mercari app here in USA. I don't even know what they are. I am so sorry. AJ, well, they don't even have Colombia as an option. I kind of suspected as much. If they don't ship there, then yeah, no. I don't know about in other countries, but vintage shipping is a bit different than the eBay shipping. Essentially, they pretty much preset the shipping prices to whatever country, depending, I think, on the size of the packet. You have like 3 sizes to choose from, and then your buyer pays that shipping to Vinted, and you get basically prepaid shipping label, or in our case you don't get a label, you essentially get a code, the kind of a barcode type of a thing or whatever, and you go to the post office, they scan that code from your phone and print out the label from there. And it's so friggin', it's so easy and so convenient to ship that it's just fantastic. Okay. Jess, I made it to bed now. Lovely to hang out with you. Have a good night's sleep, Jess. It was delightful that you were able to join us. And hopefully next time. Maria, me too. I have sold on Vinted now when we are moving. And I bought smelly books and good skin color set of pan pastels that I already had. Oh. Serena seen a little while ago a minimal used full set of Loomies for 180 plus postage. Fab deal that. Every now and then some lovely deals. Yeah, I've seen some really good deals as well, but they usually get snatched up pretty darn fast. There was one, what was the thing that I kinda missed that I said I should have bought it the moment I saw it? I think it was the Marco Tribute pencils that, but it was the full set. I think it's 240 set or something like this. And I think it was something like 60 or 70 euros for all of them, which, not at all expensive. And if I knew Marco Tribute pencils better, I would have probably bought it, but I wasn't 100% sure. I've heard good things about them, but Maria, what more color on tubes can I put on the palette for drying and use with water later on? Well, watercolors. Gouache, watercolors, that's pretty much it, I suspect. But the watercolors are only if you have them in tubes. Mostly we would buy them in pans, I guess. Jana, my internet has gone psychotic tonight. Oh, sorry. Sorry to hear that. Running around with knife, huh? Emma, Facebook Marketplace around here is a scary, scary place. Yeah, same here. Like, there's weird stuff going on there. You don't really want to buy anything from there. Okay, the lamppost. Let's work on the lamppost. Okay, let's try start from the top, I guess. Ow! I now have to make sure that I pay attention that if I'm going low, if I lamppost goes lower, that I actually move the page. The book, sorry. This is me drinking the smoothie, the last bits of smoothie. Didn't that sound nice? I'm sure you're delighted. Emma, yeah, my Vinted money never makes it to my bank account. Andrea, yes, Facebook Marketplace killed my friend. What? That is terrifying. Amy, that's a great deal. The full set is 300. Yes, and I had this moment of doubt. I favorited them. You put a little heart there. And it's like, will I get them? Will I not? I was kind of doubting myself for a moment. And while I was doubting myself, somebody had snatched them up. So I didn't react fast enough. I actually had enough time. I saw them essentially the moment they went up. Kind of accidentally. I was like, will I get them? Will I not? I have loads of pencils, blah, 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 blah. And I do have loads of pencils. I did not need them. That was one of the main things. But yeah, somebody got a real good deal. Okay, so now I am trying to figure out the colors for this one. Now I want to put some of that Van Dyke brown in there, because some parts of it are still showing the kind of a metal, the original metal. I think it's like something bronzy or whatever, and some parts of that are showing the patina. So I'm putting the dark brown here in some shadows, and I'm going to eventually kind of make a mix of terracotta, dark brown, and different blue greens. Yeah, the Marco tribute ones, yeah, I never have tried them, therefore, that was one of the things, I just didn't know what to think of them. Brittany Daniels, when I need to go do an Amazon or Temu return, for example, they give me a QR code I use at the UPS store for the workers there to pack up and send back for me. Yeah, I need to pack it up myself. I need to take the full package to the store, or what's not store, to the post office, which is very convenient. We have a small post office in the village. It's, super easy. You just walk there, hand it over the counter, they scan it, and that's it. Nothing else. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how am I going to... I want patina here and there, but not everywhere. This is the reason I made it kind of a greenish, so it's easier. Andrea, he was a teacher's assistant and tried to sell his laptop, and the buyers were 3 18-year-old boys and pulled a knife on him. Oh my God. So no marketplace for me. Oh my God, this is horrible, horrible. Maria, 99. Oh, good night, Maria. I'm so glad that you were joining us, but you must be absolutely beat. It's so late there. So, like, huge thanks and big hugs. Okay. Have a good night's sleep. Hopefully, fingers crossed, your move and your packing is going to go smoothly, because I know what a pain that is. It's one of the most stressful imaginable things, is moving. Oh, so wishing everything best for you. Okay, sorry, it's my phone's pinging. Brittany Daniels, there are a lot of scam sellers on Facebook Marketplace here in the USA selling new MacBook Pros that you pay for and never get. Yeah, that sounds about right. Adri, yes, Facebook Marketplace is dangerous. Yeah, I would not. No way. The only thing I do on Facebook, selling, not selling wise, is that we have a kind of a community group, or there's a group for pretty much every town and every village, free for good home. Usually it's curated and kind of controlled by people who are local, who are living in the village or in the town. And essentially you can't sell anything there. But you can put up stuff that you just you don't use anymore. You want it out of the house, and you want to Okay, she just decided that barking is what she wants to do at the moment. Okay, you can just put up your stuff, you take photos, you describe what it is, and then people pretty much say, you know, me. And then you pretty much pick, you know, who you are going to give it to. And then you can agree either you meet up or they come and collect it or whatever. So life has shown that for absolutely every item out there, there is, even if it for you is absolute rubbish and you would almost bin it, there is somebody out there who wants it. So rather than, you know, just, you know, some things, yes, you still throw away, but rather than just, you know, toss things away, you give it to people who might use it. Serena, I've been hearing that Marco tributes are in a sense comparable to the Prismas. Yeah, they compare Prismas to, you know, everything to Prismas. But as I said, I had this moment of hesitation, which in a way good thing, you know, some impulse control is good. I'm not famous for my impulse control, so I guess it was a good/bad day. I actually had some impulse control that day. So yeah, I didn't get them because in all the fairness now, I needed a set of 240 pencils. There's a hole in my head in my craft room here. I'm already skipping over piles of stuff. And no, I'm not. I don't skip anywhere. I'm too old and fat for that. You know. Yeah, Andrea, that story is just devastating. AJ, Marco tributes, I had them quite a while ago and you liked them. Okay. Gianna, I have the Marco tributes. They are the hard pencils, so more like polished than Prismas. Yeah, but I like harder pencils. That's the thing. Like, I do like harder pencils. I like softer pencils too. That's the thing. I like them both for different things. I don't have this thing that I only like soft pencils, I only like hard pencils. It's just different pencils are have different purposes. So good fun can be had with hard pencils. Like, I still love my Erogitans, which are quite hard, but they are fantastic pencils and very, very underappreciated, I find. Almost to the point that it's kind of sad that they're so underappreciated, because they're genuinely good. Emma, there's a woman on Vinted who's peculiar about her coloring heaven, so she sells less than perfect ones on Vinted, and I've bought so many from her cheap. I don't buy direct from Coloring Heaven anymore. Okay. Adri, my only choices to buy stuff here for coloring are Amazon and Temu, or local stores, but local stores don't have anything good. Yeah, I have pretty much the same, Adri. Here as well, there's really nothing I can buy in actual brick and mortar stores. You know, I would gladly support, you know, local shops if they would sell the stuff I would buy, but I just can't because there's nothing. The only books that essentially are occasionally available in the shops might be something like Millie Marotta or Johanna Basford, and neither one of them is my author. Not saying that they're bad, okay? Please, you know, I'm not saying that they're no good. They're just not my thing. We don't all like the same things. And yeah, they just somehow don't fit me. So there have been multiple people killed or injured when selling from Facebook Marketplace here in the States. They always recommend to meet at the police station. I don't even bother. That's terrifying. Oof. Brittany, there are private photography selling groups on Facebook here in the US where people sell the used cameras and lens for money. Okay. Yeah, no, they are going to carry me out of my house, putrefied and petrified. I am not going anywhere or moving ever again. Been there almost 2 hours. Oh. Amy, the Marco pencils are confusing. There are several different ones, but the Marco masters with the full color barrels are soft and come up to 300 colors. I think those might have been the ones that they're called Tribute, and they're I presume masters also. I don't know. The ones that I used to have were the ones that a lot of people liked, the Renoir, and they weren't bad. They just didn't excite me much. So eventually I just gave up on them. These are one of the pencils I kind of, I needed to thin the herd a little bit here. Things were getting out of control, just space-wise, And if you're not using them, if you don't really find that much joy in them, then you might as well find a new home for them. So these ones went. They weren't bad pencils. And these ones I would have more compared to Polychromos. Now they would have been kind of a harder pencil. They were the ones that half of the barrel was wood and half was dipped into the color. Adri, in my experience, Marco Tribute are not equivalent to Prismacolor. Yeah, I don't think anything really is. Candace, I have the Marco Renoir and I love them. Very vibrant and stay sharp well. Yeah, no, not 2 hours. 26 years. Okay, that's a bit different. Like 2 hours? Okay, you commit fast. No, I wouldn't want to move either, but I might eventually have to because of family circumstances. We have possibly we need to kind of move together with a relative who needs help. Eventually, we'll see how things go, because finding a property at the moment or doing anything in this economy, and it's very hard to even find any place. And if you find something, they are like super expensive. So I'm quite happy with the spot I'm living in. Candace, Serena, well, nothing will probably ever be Prismacolors, but it would be good to have a slightly comparable set. Serena, thank you, Amy. Been looking at them online, so many with different packaging. Yes, there are really a lot, but we'll check out the master specifically. Amy, I don't like Prismas and I do like the master, so there's that. But I would not consider the master's hard pencil, definitely on the softer side. And Emma says that Gizmo said, "Hi Shen." Okay. She went downstairs to shout at something and now she just, like 30 seconds ago, landed back on her little comfy couch and put herself under the blanket, as she does. There's a little armchair in this room and a little really, really old and slightly wonky, I think it might be from 60s or 70s, little two-seater. And she has a blanket on each of them. If there's no blanket on it, she shouts until I do put blanket on one of them. Each one has to have a blanket, and whenever she chooses, she goes to whichever one she wants to lounge on and digs herself under the blanket, because that's how spoiled our dog is. Yeah, no, I love and use all my sets of pencils. Yes, and that's what I wanted. If I don't use a specific set of pencils, then it should find a place where it is loved and used, and this set wasn't really loved and used enough. So there are a couple of sets that I did find new homes for. But mostly everything is still the same. And here at the moment I'm just using the same pencil, nothing has changed. It's the same Van Dyke brown, and I'm just putting darker shadows in. And I'm doing that with the brown, although, you know, yes, I can see that there's green, but this green is going to be just the lightest part of the patina. Adri, we don't even get Johanna Basford here, maybe a few of the cozy books, but even that is hard to get here in Colombia. Yeah, that's even worse. Because at least we have that, but yeah. Okay, Emma, will you do a craft room tour one day, please? I'd rather... it's a Kip here, okay? I don't have nice and neat and tidy and pretty craft room. It used to be the room where the furniture went to die. And then it's also my husband's kind of home office when he works from home 3 days a week. So his desk is here, which used to be my old desk, but now it's his desk. And just, you know, loads of boxes and plastic drawers, and nothing has been purposefully bought and built to be a craft room. It's just bits and pieces. It's not fancy, but I might gather my courage and show the mess that is my craft room. But I do have, I think for myself, kind of a pretty comfy setup. It's 2 tables essentially in a row. They're fairly narrow, but it's a kind of a long stretching setup. Yeah, no. Yeah, you love your erogitans too. They're fantastic. Okay, I'm going to catch up with the chat, because otherwise I'm constantly like miles behind. Melinda, you're in Germany and it's the same story. It's hard to get the books in the shops. Yeah. Andrea, what do we think of Hannah's new book? Oh, I saw the flip through today. Who was it who published the flip through? I think I love this book the best of all her last ones. It's stunning. I had told myself previously, no, you don't need more Hannah's books. You have plenty and you don't color in them that much. You do love them, but you should really color them more. So, you know, if you want to get a new one. And I could not resist. Like, I just was looking at it, and it's absolutely, especially the kind of a portrait pages. Oh, they were just gorgeous. You know, anything that had humans in them was stunning. Emma, there's an art shop in the next town over from me that sells open stock pencils, so I'll always try and buy from there. Yes, just to keep it open, because otherwise, if people just buy online, those stores don't have any option than to close the doors, which is sad. AJ, you have to wait for the US release of a Hannah Carlson. Okay. I ordered from Bocuse today. I decided that yes, I do need that in my life. In all the fairness, it is just too beautiful for words. Okay, I'm putting a little bit of a brown here as well. I thought maybe just to do green there, but no, I'm going to put for the shadows, the darker parts. I'm basically shaping the moment what is happening here, that I'm kind of just giving it a bit of a shape. And then I'm going to put a bit more texture in, but I need to figure out the shape first. Okay, I'm looking at the chat now. Sorry, I'm going to react in a second if I'm finding the spot where I looked yet. Okay, now I found it. Gail gets her copy from iMusic. Yeah, I like the Swedish paper better than UK better, I have to say. The other paper that I like a lot is the Netherlands, the Dutch paper. This is also fantastic. Halloween I didn't get and won't get. It's not a holiday that I celebrate much, and I already had like Christmas, and you know, it's plenty. I have plenty other Halloween stuff. It isn't really called to me much, although it was fun and everything. Brittany, my 15-pound Maine Coon mixed breed cat looks at the top of my loft bed when I have my bed sheets washing in the washing machine and drying them on the dryer afterwards because he expects me to put it. Oh, Emma, sometimes you can get good coloring books in a shop called The Works. I got Lulu Mayo's Fogs and Kisses from there for €4. Yeah, £4, sorry, not €4. Melinda, I want wait for the English and Dutch too. Okay. I like the Swedish paper takes water quite well. I like Swedish paper, and I like it for the pencils as well, so I'm very happy with it. Therefore, I happily got it. It feels thin, but it actually is quite sturdy. Okay, I'm giving it the outside shape as well, like this. And Millie, I love Hannah's new book, but I almost feel like there are too many pages that don't make great use of the space. Great if you like to do interesting backgrounds, though. I liked, but she's had that always, though. Like, she has quite a lot of pages that basically have something hanging in the middle of the page. I think she's kind of copped on that, you know, some pages are very busy and very full, and some pages are pretty much for people who really love, you know, playing with the mixed media or creating like complicated or elaborate backgrounds. So I think she kind of caters to everybody, I suspect. You're still gonna buy it though. Okay. Brittany, cat bed back. Oh yeah, cat bed top on a loft bed when he sleeps at night, and sometimes takes a nap during the morning and afternoon. Oh. Cats and dogs, there's something else. Gail, I absolutely love backgrounds now. My Neo 2s get a lot of use. Yeah, I love doing backgrounds as well. It's very relaxing. Emma, I think art expenses are fairly close to Prisma's. Yeah, I thought so. And now I find that Woomers are actually closer, because I have them both. And I find Woomers are kind of softer. Okay, I'm going to put darkness down here. Afterwards I'm going to lighten that one either with gel pen or with acrylic marker. There's a shadow there, and here's going to be shadow. I'm going to, yeah, just kind of creating the shapes here. Arstida. Gail, I got Dutch version of Arstida. What is that? On Amazon UK. I was in shock. Amazing paper. Dutch paper is fantastic. If I could get all of them, I actually find both of them good, but Dutch paper is definitely, yeah, I'd say probably the best. But I often don't have access to Dutch books. I think there was one website, Dutch website, that would ship to Ireland as well. I should try to find it again, because I really like Dutch paper. Dutch versions, especially Moss editions, have amazing paper. Yes, they really do. Emma, would Shen like a crochet blanket from me? I made loads, but I'm struggling to find out. I'd say the shipping alone would make it a bit harsh. Okay, let's see. I just saw that the new Hannah Carson book comes out in September in the USA. Okay. Cindy, that sounds like my bedroom. Is that about my craft room? Yeah. Arsteeder is that the seasons, I think. Yes, yeah, no. Arsteeder, that's the Swedish word, isn't it, Arsteeder? Yeah, yeah. Gail, Melinda, I'm loving romantasy right now. Yes, that's fantastic. One other publisher that has fantastic paper is anything that is published by Marabout in France. So they publish stuff. Oh God, English doesn't English. They publish Kirby's books. They publish Melpomene Chatsibanagutu books. They publish Stratton Peterson books. Yeah, it's quite a variety stuff they publish, and their paper is absolutely fantastic. Really nice. Love their paper. It's kind of thick and it takes pretty much anything real well. So I've bought some books that I might not otherwise even bought, but I bought them because they have such amazing paper that they're by Marabout. Emma, I bet no one has ferret asleep in her bed too. No, I don't have any ferrets. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I wouldn't mind a ferret or two. Melinda, they are all beautiful big books. Yes, they're, all good art, and it's fantastic paper. Let me just a second. I'm going to. It's probably very hard for you to kind of. Okay, so I can show you just some sort of a comparison. So let me get to a camera here. So this is Marabout edition of Kirby, and this is the UK version of Kirby. The publisher is, which one was the publisher? The Lomart, yeah, Lomart. And look at the thickness difference between them. Can you see? This is UK, this is France. And if you look at the paper, just listen to the paper. It's like that. And this one, the UK one, it's not bad paper, but it's nothing like the Marabout one. So, yeah, fantastic. I need to get to this book. I'm still afraid for some reason doing something in it, although the paper is just amazing. Look at it. I did that with the water-based markers, just blended them on the paper with water brush. And it's just, beautiful. Beautiful. But I don't know why I'm slightly afraid of Kirby. Jana, I just saw your dragon on Instagram. Stunning. Okay, Jana, I want to see your dragon on Instagram. Let me see. I have Instagram. Oh, wow, Jana. You have two of them and both are really cool. Oh. Oh, I want to close up. You need to post more photos, I'm telling you. This is gorgeous. No, if you, it's not going to show very well, but look at that. That's amazing. And there's another one here as well. Oh, so cool. The light effects alone. Wow. You are amazing. Holbeins. Okay. Holbeins are fantastic from what I hear. Not that I have any personal experience. Okay, let me see what I missed here while I was walking away to look at the books. That book made its way to its wantables list. Emma, I'm crying because I can't afford the new Hannah Carson book, The Doggos Need Food, which is unreasonable. Candace. Oh yeah, the dragon you saw. Yeah, that's really gorgeous. Gail, tell your dogs it's economy brand food from no one. Melinda, Vinted has nothing interesting here. Wow. Andrea, I agree, Marabou is best of the best paper. Yes, it's just stunning paper. Melinda, I buy all the books I can get from Marabou. I have all the Kirby's from Marabou, Melpomene, Johanna's. The paper is crazy good. Yes, it really is. I'm not buying Johanna because I'm not coloring Johanna, but I have one Kirby book from them because the other books I already had. The ones I have anyway. I don't have all Kirby books, but the couple I do have were already on different papers. So I got this Fragile World. I got in Marabou. And I really am actually itching to do something with watercolors there because that paper is just mwah. Chris, those dragons are absolutely stunning. Yes, they are gorgeous. Adri, believe it or not, I don't have any of the Kirby books. No, not a one. Oh. Emma, I think Peter Piper Press. The paper is really good. Huh. I don't think I know much about them. Adri, I have a set of 50 Holbein and they are lovely. Yeah, I keep hearing about Holbeins. I'm still not buying them, okay? Because I just think they're too expensive. If I could get them for the price they actually sell them in Japan, I would think about them. But in all the fairness now, there's not exactly a shortage of pencils in this house. Okay, and I'm going to put a bit of a shadow there as well. And did I do all the shading on this side with that pencil anyway? I think I did. And I'm going to put some darker pencil here. Anyone that has books from Anastasia Erla Kolderova, how's the paper quality in them, please? I don't have any. I don't plan to buy any either at the moment. I have at the moment for my liking quite enough of portrait books. scale, where can I get Marabou books? Okay, either Amazon, you can actually look on even Amazon US and Amazon UK, definitely. You can sometimes find French editions of these books as well, so you can just put in Marabou and Coloriage. If you're putting, I'm gonna write them down for you because I don't have titles at the moment. Where's my notebook? Okay, if you search, sometimes you can search on Amazon and things come up. But here I am. Okay, if you search, like, proper pen would be better. So Marabou Coloriage. If you do that search on Amazon, it should often give you coloring books. Coloriage is a coloring book. Coloring books that are by Marabou. Or you can just search coloring book French edition often as well. Just put in coloring book French edition and it might give you some versions that are available in US as well. Or you can go to Lyrica. They have, I think, free worldwide delivery, and if you buy French versions of these authors' books, Staten Peterson, Johanna Basford, Kirby Rosanes, there's other books as well, which you know, it's not the only books, but you can do the same thing, that you can maybe search that on Lyrica website, and you know, stuff would come up. But yeah, they kind of publish big names, you know, the way Lom Art would be in UK. But they have some one-offs and just, you know, kind of odd, kind of almost like a testing books as well, sometimes with very cool art. They have one book that I just recently decided that, yes, I'm going to bite the bullet because it was available on Amazon UK. Let me show you. Sorry, I was looking for something and I can't find it. I must have put it onto the wrong shelf. Oh, found it. It's this book. Let me bring you out a bit. This is basically a bit Art Nouveau, 20s and 30s fashion, with that really amazing paper, really nice paper. This one, I'm not even sure if it is yeah, it is Marabou. It's fantastic paper. And really cool and different art. Oh yeah, Paul Brun also is by Marabou. Yeah. Like, this is really cool. It's so different and it will be such fun to color in kind of a stylized way almost. This is the ISBN if you want to look for it. It's really cool. And I also have this one by them, which is like, I just picked it up before it, Peggy Neal, and also really cool art and really nice paper, like this one. Very different, very cool. It's almost more of an art book for me. I don't know when I'm going to get coloring to it, but I really love looking through it because it's such a cool art. Oh, that is so beautiful. The only one that comes up in French is Paula Brown. Yeah. Yeah. Wait a second, I'm going to go back to my shot so I actually do some coloring as well, because I get constantly distracted, which is nice though. Okay, I'm actually going to now, oops, I'm bringing a bit down. I'm actually going to now change the pencil, because I'm not going to do the full length of it, otherwise that's going to take forever, because yeah, I get distracted. And talk about books and pencils. Andrea, I have this book. I don't think I will ever color in this book. It's so unique. Yeah, it's so cool. It's just almost like, you know, something that you just open and admire for a while. I do hope eventually to maybe, you know, get to the stage that I'm going to color something in there. I've seen some amazing pages done in it. Okay, so now I will need terracotta, and I'm making some elements terracotta here. So parts of this I want to make terracotta. I'm leaving parts of it just kind of a yellow, kind of a highlighty parts. Hi Karen! I just made my brekkie coffee and sat down to watch your tute, and here you are in the house! Hello to you and all color addicts. Hi! Super happy to see you here. Yeah, I did put some tutorial up last night. Huh. I'm not sure. Well, there's going to be, like, in those areas where there's a lighter, I would actually put some acrylic marker or gel pen down. Like something like this. And then I'm going to take a... I could swear I had it in my hand, but no, I didn't. Just a water brush and kind of soften it up. So I'm making highlights slightly sharper with them. I pulled out my Peter Pan book by Fabiana yesterday. You definitely need it just for the Tinkerbell pages. Cindy! I don't like Peter Pan. Well, I don't like that as a book, but maybe I need it as a coloring book? I need to check it out. I need to see a flip through or something, because it is available at the moment. You can pretty easily get it. Hi Karen, welcome to the Colorers Anonymous meeting. Okay, my intonation is getting a bit poor. Okay, I need to make that one. I'm going to give some terracotta here and some here. So in some of these parts there's actual metal showing, and on some parts of the lamppost there's going to be basically only patina showing. So this is my plan anyway. We'll see how it's going to work out for me. A lot of it is flying off the seat of my pants, as I usually am. So happy. Oh, delighted to see you here. Andrea, yes, sir, I agree about RJ books in better paper. Would be amazing. Yes, I really... That would be awesome. Like a nice... Like something like Emily Oberg, Lidehal Oberg books. You know, same thickness. Like a really thick collection on really good paper of RJ's pages. That would be so good. He is one of the most, to me anyway, one of the most talented coloring book artists of, you know, who are currently publishing. Definitely, yes. Okay, I'm going to put some of that here. The metal, the terracotta, and this one is done, this one is done. I might lighten that one up already since I have the marker in my hand. Okay, and water brush, neaten it. There you go. Karen, I bought The Wisdom of Women, waiting for that to arrive. Yeah, it's a cool book. I kind of, you know, the page that I wanted to do, I talked about that in my plans and everything. Oh, I kind of did finish it, but I kind of departed from where I wanted to go, and I'm not 100% happy with it. It became almost psychedelic. But hey, you know, not all the pages are... And I was also super annoyed because I used Artistro. I have Artistro metallic watercolors. And it's like, okay, I'm going to use these on this paper. And I never even checked, and I never thought to check. Those go through the paper like mad. They sink almost like an alcohol marker. You can see from here, you know, wherever I've used the Artistro metallic, it's metallic watercolor, and that's what all those parts are. Usually metallic watercolor almost never goes through. The Artistro one is desperate. I know, I went like super colorful. And like this one also, you know, you see how the metallic watercolor is essentially ruined. I can probably fix it with gouache, but we'll see how well that's gonna work out for me. And then but you know, I kind of liked, you know, this page better. Bit of a more subdued but still bright. I think if it had dark background it would be a bit more balanced, but I went light with the background, so yeah. Okay, so fixing it here. Even if RJ would be able to release just a collection of existing pages in better paper edition as a treat would be awesome. Yes, it would be. Okay, where are you, Gail? Where are you? Are you on the website somewhere? What are you talking about? Oh my goodness, so many beautiful looking marabou books and such good prices. I'm in heaven. Where? Oh. Karen, wow, that got colorful. Yeah, true. Melinda, I have seen a book 2 days ago. I would sell my husband for it. Good deal. It's not available nowhere, out of print. They published it in Russia. Tolkien, The Hobbit. Oh, I know the book you're talking about. I know. It's kind of a, like, in a bit of a Slavish style, those really stocky figures. Yeah, I like that book as well. But you can't really get it in West anyway. I've seen that book, yeah. Absolutely would like it as a. Agree with you. I'm not sure I would sell my husband though, because you know I'm kind of keen on him. Karen, you could put a helmet on her. She really should be wearing a helmet riding an eagle. Great idea. I must think about it. It annoyed me though, because I never even thought to check, because I have never had metallic watercolors to go through anywhere, so I just started putting color down and, you know, decorating the page, and then at some stage I turned the page and I was like, what is going on? And I'm usually pretty chill with kind of leaks and, you know, paints going through and whatever. But yeah, here I was kind of annoyed because I just did not expect it from that material. Okay, I'm going to put a little bit here and a little bit maybe here. Okay, and a little bit here. And where's my acrylic marker? Cindy, I adore that woman page. I liked that book to start with. I think the art is just, once again, you know, so different, so fun. Okay, I was looking on Amazon, okay. Yeah, you just have to make sure that they are actually in French, and if, especially in UK, you should have pretty decent choice. And they're good prices often, because often they don't sell on Amazon UK. And the paper is just out of this world, you know, totally 100% worth it. Okay, I'm going to put a little bit of the kind of like actual copper here as well. Okay, and maybe here, just in the random spots once again, you know, so metal will be showing in some spots, and the patina would show in some other spots, and so on. So it would look a bit more like it would be in real life. Okay, I need to put a bit of more of that Van Dyke brown here. I had forgotten to shape that ring thing. Emma, I think that page is amazing. Thank you. Melinda, and I'm a huge Tolkien fan. Same here. Hi. Karen, Cindy, me too. And it's a bit mind-blowing because I was looking at these pics last night, 5 a.m. this morning, and they were at the 2 weeks ago stage. So I see them now as like the Valentine's Day one. Thank you. Everyone, please make sure to press thumbs up on the stream for Annika. Oh, thank you. Thank you if you do. I don't want to pressurize anybody, but it would be really nice. Make YouTube to notice me. It's fine, it's a hobby channel, you know. Whether I have a big following or small, I'm just happy that I've found like-minded people and we can have fun like this together. Messing around. Chatting. Enabling each other, which is definitely what is happening at the moment. Okay, I'm going to put some of that brown here as well, so there would be some parts with the metal, some parts with the patina. Should I put some here? Yeah, I'll put some here as well. These pencils are so soft, they just go down so buttery and lovely. Oh, yeah, it's a joy to work with them. I don't have to struggle with them at all, you know. I can just choose if I put them down at the moment like very softly, or I can just put a little pressure on and I get really strong color down. It's such a joy. Absolutely. I don't know how they got it so right there at Woomer, but I'm very impressed with them. Lucy, hi Lucy! Hello everyone, please tell me I'm not catching any right. No, you're not. I have a little bit more to go here. Serena, I don't think RJ has a publisher. No, he's self-published. Yeah, through Amazon. It's basically the printed on order type of a thing. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, he doesn't have anybody behind him. It's just pretty much one-man band. And especially considering that, like, kudos to the guy. He's really kind of pushed himself out there and yeah, managed to, despite not having a publisher, he's one of the most popular, well, for a good reason, one of the most popular coloring book artists out there. Karen, I feel like a steampunk bee's wings have prepared you well for this metal. You're absolutely nailing it. Thank you. Yes, Yana, that's the reason. He doesn't get a choice in paper quality. And Amazon pretty much has, certain choices that you can take and nothing else. And, what is suitable for actually putting pencils on it, and there's very few there. I wish Blue Angel would collab with RJ. Yes. Yeah. Oh, that would be cool, wouldn't it? Because often Blue Angel, funnily enough, that, don't take it wrong way, but a lot of the art from Blue Angel often is not down my alley. Is that too blue? I want some blue in it. That is called bluish turquoise, and it's a bit, I want some little areas of like slightly cooler blue, so I'm putting tiny bits here and there. Not a lot though, but just a little bit. Like here I want some cooler maybe. And then I need to find something like teal. Has anyone seen the Russian TV's version of Hobbit? It really is. No, I have not. How old is that? I need to find it. The Russians have some really cool movies. Let me see. I missed. I kind of scrolled and now I lost where I was last reading. Sorry. We know you don't, Annika, but we'll have it appreciate. Oh, thank you, Andrea. Does anyone know the legend, tale, lore about the woman holding the phone in fairy tales and folklore? The closest thing I was a Native American legend. Could that have been almost equivalent to Lear's children? Something about her brother being turned into a phone? I have this vague memory about that fairy tale, but I would need to kind of look things up a bit more before I actually commit this answer. I might be wrong, you see. I so want to see. I need to now find the Russian TV version of The Hobbit. How did you even come across it? Oh, hi, Adre. You're back. I just had to make you something to eat. That's right. Keep yourself healthy and nice and comfy and full. Emma, Melinda, if you want to laugh through sheer bewilderment, then that's your thing to watch. Okay, I now really want to watch it. Andrea, creating this guy will be my life mission from now on. Good luck. because this guy was, half of it was almost accident. You remember what was happening last weekend, and I was fighting with the watercolors. Well, okay, I'm going to put some of that blue here as well. I'm just dropping it in here and there. Once again, scribble, 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 scribble. Because I made the shape already now. You know, the main reason I was doing a lot with the Van Dyke Brown is that I made the shape. I created kind of for myself the shape and the main shadows. I mapped those out. And now I'm just going to drop in colors here and there. So it would look fun and interesting. Okay, a little bit here. Some of that bluer one, like this bit is pretty dark, so I'm dropping in that blue as well, and I think I might drop some here. Okay, any place else I will put it, maybe here a bit. And maybe here, and maybe a little bit like that here, and a little bit maybe like that there, and maybe tiny bit here. I'm just dropping it into almost random spots. Sorry, that was involuntary cough. Okay, now I need something more green leaning, so I might pull out the parrot green. Okay, sorry, I'm looking at the stuff, what's happening here as well. Casual coloring, hi casual coloring, you are in US and got your Roman Pizzeria Wonderful World of Tolkien from A Books a few years ago. Oh, yeah, Roman Pizzeria, yeah, that's the author. Now I remember. It's really cool art, so unique. Lucy, I went to the grocery store, got there, realized I forgot my wallet, walked back home, got the wallet, back to the store. that then took so long at the cashier and the time to cook dinner. Oh, I'm sorry, Lucy. That sounds a bit nightmarish. I don't even have, like, luckily I'm now at the stage that even if I do forget my wallet, it doesn't really matter. Oh, this is parrot green now. Okay, I'm putting in now warmer green, slightly darker. Actually, I want something darker than this in some areas. So I'm pulling out, this is called turquoise green. I basically only use, well, mostly, but yeah, pretty much only. I use tap, my phone for payments, because it's just so much easier. You don't, like, I haven't paid with cash or even, card. Most of the time I just have my phone on me when I go anywhere, whatever I need to pay. Okay, so I need to put some of that underneath here to give it a bit of a shape. Okay, and shaping you here, and I'm leaving in some areas, where I left, because the base is pretty light here. I have two extremes. Either I'm working like that on light, or I go quite dark and then put the colors back in with opaque pencils. It kind of depends on the mood, and also, of course, what I'm using for basing. Bringing very dark watercolors back into the light would be tougher because of the texture they have. Okay, so sorry. Gail, RJ seems like a really beautiful soul. Yes, he really does. Melinda, I just finished Derry Girls, so I need something new to watch. Derry Girls is fantastic. Are you into cartoons? like grown-up cartoons. There's some fun ones on Netflix that I have enjoyed. The Haunted Hotel, the Medieval is fun. Not as fun as Haunted Hotel, but it is fun. Derry Girls is unparalleled, though. It's so funny. I feel I'm pretty much identical to your woman. What's the sister? Oh, the principal of the school, sister. My daughter would know immediately off the top of her head, and I am now totally lost. What's her name? Sister Frances? No. Anyway, that's me. Yeah. When I grow up, I want to be her. Let me see what's going on. I once again scrolled over where I was, and now I'm very, very, very confused where I'm supposed to be. Who is selling the husband? That's a bit rough. Andrea, I can't wait to see her approach with the feathers and the birds. It wasn't that expensive coloring when I bought it. Lucy, I hope everyone is having a great night, a regular stream of Annika Saturday Art Date. Melinda, can I pay with my ex-husband? Ex-husband? Fine. Current husband? A bit worrying. Okay, so where am I now? Who bought the Marabou book? I saw somewhere while I was scrolling, and I'm very confused where I was, or I'm losing the fight with the chat. Karen, oh, it's Saturday night for pretty much everyone. It's party. Emma, I'm not sure. My brother sent me a link to the Russian Hobbit. I think it was on YouTube. Okay, Emma, your mission in life is to find that link again and to send it to me, because I need to see it. I actually understand Russian, which is the funniest part of it, which would make watching it even more hilarious. So I need to see it. Emma just bought a Marabou book from Amazon for $2.64. Yeah, you can get them for crazy price for some reason. What book did you buy? Karen, I don't mean to be stunned, but that sky behind your hand is incredible. Absolutely stunning. They're some of my favorite colors, but so beautifully puffy clouds. It looks like a photo. Thank you. I was really struggling with it last weekend. Emma, if you do watch it, please explain to me what's going on. I will try. Andrea, I'd be curious to see some of your very first colorings, Annika, because after seeing these beautiful pages, it's impossible for me to imagine that you were once a beginner too. Oh, I so was. My first colorings would have been mostly. Okay, I'm going to just drop it in here and there, and then maybe do something with the bird, because otherwise you people are going to expire from boredom. The lamppost, because I get constantly more, interested in chat than in coloring. My first were on cards. They were like card fronts, little images. So it's basically stamps, or also what they were called digital stamps, but essentially it's just printable small images for cards, made mostly for cards. And that's where I started to color, because I was into card making, and I liked, the main things I did like about card making was doing those images. I like the cards with pictures, and I like to color those pictures. So that's how I started coloring. And, you know, I don't think I have the very first ones anymore. I could kind of dig out. I had this old blog ages ago. I might see if it's still working. I might have some old, no, some photos there that I can show maybe during the live stream sometimes. Look at these. This is how I started. Melinda Derry Girls was amazing. Yes, it's so much fun. Sister Michael, yes, Sister Michael. Cindy, I just asked my husband if he thought I would sell him for a coloring book, and he said yes. I suspect my husband might say something similar. Oh, I don't know if it's... It's a good sign. It means that your marriage is strong and happy, that you can accept each other the way you are. Okay, this is called dark chrome yellow, and I'm just going to put a little bit of it here to kind of make the lantern light a bit, you know. I'm not doing huge amounts to it, but I'm going to put a little bit so it would look more like there's something glowing inside. So I'm just scribbling into the sides, and then I'm diffusing the edges towards the center because I'm lazy like that. And here as well. I'm just going to scribble it down. Adrian, I'm glad I catch the live. I'm having so much fun with them. Yeah, that's the thing about these lives. We're just having really great time. And there's no pressure. No drama, just people talking about coloring and colors and just random stuff, because sometimes we just wander into anything. We haven't talked about politics much, which is kind of good because it's painful to talk about them at the moment. Ow! What did I do? I actually stabbed my finger with my fingernail. That's how talented I am. You wouldn't believe it, but here you go. Okay, just the white slightly softening. There's not much needed. Maybe I'm taking something orange as well, just to make it a bit more like this. And in this image I am not trying to create any super smooth blends. I'm actually going more for textures, which is of course case in most of my images. I am planning now next two things that, you know, kind of channel wise. Oh, okay, sorry. AG, I don't get to talk anyone up here about coloring books, pencils, paper. They would never understand. Same here. Melinda, and funny and informative, sometimes bad for my wallet. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Somehow it just comes up. These Saturday nights are highlights. Oh. Melinda, I was out for dinner and rushing home to be here. Thank you. Thank you. That is so nice. Emma, it was you who bought the Marble book. Yes. Yeah, you need to tell us what book it was, because now we're all burning to know. Jana, I need to start. There he goes. Yes, you do. Because it took me ages to actually start it. And I was kind of sorry because I was like, oh, and everybody's praising it to high heavens. It can't be now that good. And I can be pretty demanding about, you know, stuff I watch. And I was like, oh, will I not? And then it's one of my daughter's favorite things. I think she's watched it, I'd say 6 times by now. It's one of those things that when she's feeling stressed or a bit tired or just a bit down, she puts on Dairy Girls. So she's watched it several times. And she was like, oh, it's great, it's fantastic. And eventually I just said, okay, I'm going to watch it. And I loved every single minute of it. And the funniest part of it is that although it seems kind of absurd in parts, it's one of those things that yes, it does, but it's actually quite realistic. in very, very many parts. Like, especially people who live here and, you know, have lived through 90s and 80s. Like, yeah, that's pretty much how it was. So, it's very funny. It's like if somebody, I don't know if you've read Master and Margarita by Bulgakov. It's a Russian book, which is one of my favorite books of all time. And it's also really funny and really moving and everything at the same time. But it is really genuinely funny. But I am very, very aware that it's probably more funny if you actually understand how realistic it is. You know, the parts that seem absolutely bonkers and absurd to you, it was like reality. In early Soviet Union. It's like, yeah, that's how it was. Cindy, I keep stabbing myself in the eye with my fingernails. Yeah, well, we are sisters in that. I keep doing stuff like that. Melinda, same here. My friends have other hobbies. My husband listens or looks at my finished pages, but I have no one to really talk about it. Yeah, it is tragic, isn't it? It should be more popular, that hobby, I'm telling you. Because it's really good for your mental health. Honestly, it is. Emma, not since The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe have people been so invested in the Lime Post. I think I'm pretty much done with it. Anything else that I'm going to put on it will be a bit of a gel pen here and there, which I'm not going to do now because I'm just going to smear it. I bet you, I'm going to somehow smear it off when it's still wet. So I would just pretty much leave it. Maybe I'm going to give a bit of darkness to that edge here. You know, bits that I don't like, I might give extra shading here. But I'd say I'm mostly going to leave it at what it is. Shoot, that was a wrong pencil I grabbed. Okay, there we go. And in some areas I'm just going to slightly smooth it down with that pencil, which is Middle Phthalo Blue. Now, I think it's now pretty much what it's going to be. And we might do a little bit of one of the birds, maybe. Maybe that one, since it's up here. Ouch, things are dropping. No, it doesn't fit into the shot. Okay. Let's see, that's better, possibly. Millie, I'm grateful for our lovely streamers creating spaces like this for colorists to hang out together and share our hobby. Yes, that's what it's for. And it's nice to have friends that enjoy others' hobbies, but it's also nice to have friends that understand our excitement for a new book, for a finished page, exactly. Not other hobbies. I was a bit confused there as well as like hobby appreciation club. Well said, Millie. I really appreciate being able to check in here and not think about the more difficult things in my life right now. Yeah. Safe spaces. Karen, clearly I need to watch Derry Girls. I'm contemplating it a couple of times. It's just gone to the top of a list. It is so funny. It is so funny. Andrea, I get my deliveries to my work and my colleagues always say, more books, Andrea? They know. Has anyone watched How to Get to Heaven from Belfast? It's the same. Oh yeah, I started watching it. It's also very funny. It's a slightly different vibe because now we have a group of women, kind of late 30s, I think, or early 40s, something like this. But it has the same kind of a, bonkers vibe. And also, group of friends, ties that bind. Okay, so we need dark blue. Okay, let's take the ocean blue again. basically trying to reuse as many pencils as possible when I'm doing any page, because that's eventually what kind of ties the page together very well. So here I'm going, I basically did the shadows here in blue. I did here the shading with colors instead of doing it with a gradient, gradients essentially, you know, darker values were with the colors with a stronger value like blue and blue-green, and then I went, you know, where I wanted things to be brightest, I went for the colors with lightest values like yellow and red. If that explanation made any sense. Anyways, I just wanted fun, colorful birds. Let's be honest about it. Plop, 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 plop. Black Premium Japan. Oh yeah. I don't have that one, but I think I've seen it. I'm not sure if that's Marabou. But it doesn't really matter, you know. I think they all have pretty decent paper. And here I'm just going through that, over that really dark or strong blue area. And I'm going to bring the blue, oh damn, I brought it down too much. Okay, I can fix that. I'm going to, where the feathers are running, you can see the lines of the feathers. I'm going to flick the blue into the creases between the feathers a little bit, but not all the way. I did not mean to bring it that far down here. That was my bad. Says Karen. Oh. Karen, I'm excited, happy to have something funny, especially series waiting for me. Yeah, it's good. It's going to brighten your life. It really is. AJ, I'm super excited. Yesterday I ordered a Japanese book that translates the sock goblin. Oh yeah, I don't have it, but I've seen it and it has really cool art. I don't really know much else about it. Oh, I meant to try to erase a little bit here, but I don't think it's going to be able to. Oh, I got some off. It's not as harsh anymore anyway. Yeah, that's a bit better. Oh, so I need to know kind of, I'm separating the feathers a little bit at the darkest point of them. I don't bring it to the very end of them because I don't really want dark blue there. So I'm putting it into the shadows and flicking it upwards like that. So I had trouble doing that one. I really should have changed watercolors when I did the rest of the page, but I was like, typically for me, it's like I will do the whole page with them like I planned. The pure stubbornness, but it kind of worked against me because those things don't mix very well. If you look at that bird, you know how kind of icky and dirty some bits of it look. That's because those colors, those paints did not mix well. So yeah, like if I was you, if you in any way can just choose a different watercolor. It was my own bad, you know. I thought it was going to be so great and so much fun, and then it so was not. Sorry. Emma, I need someone to talk about prayer horses with. You can talk to us. We don't have a clue, but we're happy to listen. I've seen some photos and they are really pretty. And I think it's good to have a passion or, you know, really strong opinions and liking for something. Amanda 08, I've seen the title and found it so funny, but I haven't seen a flip. The Sock Goblin is a really funny name. The title page is very good. I have seen the flip, and to me, I think it had a really cute art. Oh, I saw one of the girls that had a live on the Tubiton. I think she is from Maine. Oh, yeah. What's, who was it? Zacatissimo. Was it Zacatissimo who did that? Yeah, now I remember. I didn't even realize that it was from that book, that page. Somehow I missed that bit. Her page was really nice though, especially if you've seen the finished version. It's absolutely stunning. So I'm just flicking now the blue, the dark blue, into those creases between the feathers here. In the wings, I already put it here, and also here at the bottom. And also making sure that I'm making it pretty dark here at the back. And here underneath the little foot, and here when there's like separation. So I'm making all the darkest shadows dark blue. This is how this page is colored, okay? This is not my typical way of coloring. I just wanted to play with that method. So that's what I'm doing. Now I'm trying to see how the white behaves now on this one. So yeah, I can put some, I'm cleaning up now the tips of the feathers with white. I can put some other colors on top of it. I just want to kind of brighten and clean them. No, Nekosimi, it wasn't Nekosimi Yana who did that page. I think it was Zacatissimo. Melinda, I have never ordered from Japan. I have to. I get my books from the Netherlands. They are more expensive and they don't have very much, but still a lot. Yes, I think I know kind of the website you're talking about. Emma, Annika, I've sent you a link on Insta for the Russian Hobbit. Thank you, Emma. This will be checked out, and depending on if I can stand it, I will try to watch it. Because some things are funny camp, but some things are just too bad even for me. I have very high camp tolerance. I like kind of a bonkers and camp, and kind of a traditionally bad things often, like tacky or just a bit mad, or just bad movies for the laughs. That's very much my thing. But I do have my limits. Okay, so I basically now gave some shape and brought those. See how good this white is. This is warmer white. For a budget white, I'm not saying that it's quite Prisma, because nothing is, whatever they say. If somebody says that's exactly like Prisma, then no. No, it's not. But it's so close. Yeah, no, I've been following her for several years. Okay. I know I said I was not going to buy more books, but I couldn't resist it. Karen, things from Japan I always knew nicely packaged. They have a packaging down. Quite a bit of my Amazon stuff, the stationery and art supplies, come from Japan. It's fairly cheap for us. It depends where you are. I'm not sure where you are, but yeah, it's not that cheap from here. But often, to be honest, it works out the same price or cheaper to order from Japan than it would be, for example, from Germany or some other EU country, which doesn't make sense, but there we go. Like stuff from Korea is often directly from Korea is often cheaper to order the stuff from, I don't know, Poland. There is one really good website in Europe for art materials that is in Spain. It's called Arte Miranda, and they ship, I think, worldwide. If you order more than 100 euros, they ship worldwide free. Pretty sure it's worldwide, but yeah, I think so. Within Europe anyway, and they have a really good selection of stuff. Okay, so I'm basically just brightening those tips that became so muddy because of the paints just not mixing. They just created like nasty, muddy feeling colors. Emma, Coral, I bought a few things from Amazon Japan. They are always packaged beautifully and arrive really quickly. It takes 3 weeks to get a letter here in UK. I have to say, Irish Post is very good. Like if I get somebody, like for example, Vinted, if somebody sends me a package, this has actually happened to me several times, that an Irish seller sends me a package, let's say on Monday night, and I have it with me on Tuesday. Like within the country, the post is really good. I won't hear anybody, cursing them much, because I think they're doing very good job here. Like, people still complain, okay, but comparatively, like if I listen to the stories from other countries and, whatever, like Irish Post is bleeding amazing. Let's say you order, Melinda, I've bought, Melinda, let's say you order like around 4 books from Amazon to the UK. Okay, I don't know the UK rates or anything. Emma, please could you do a tutorial on coloring birds? Okay, I'm not that much of an expert, but I can try. So I'm taking a little bit with that blue again. I forgot to put blue into that shadow bit here. So I'm also bringing it out and diffusing it a bit, because that watercolor also didn't blend and diffuse very well. So I'm just softening slightly that area here. And now I need something purple, and I did have a purple with me, didn't I? Yeah, I have it. So I have deep violet, which actually to me looked more, it's very red leaning, that one. So I'm putting a little bit next to that dark blue. Just a bit of a color variation and interest. So it wouldn't be so dead, dark, stark blue. And I also want to take things into pink here, so that's a good transition for pink. There we go. And bringing them in with a bit of a texture. I'm not trying to make them look like super feathery, but I will now take that dark purple, sorry, deep violet, sorry, not dark purple, and I'm creating kind of a little bit of a hint of a central kind of a stem for each feather. And I'm trying to kind of make it so it points towards the tip of the feather. Emma, I'm really upset because one of my brayers you can get only from America fell down the back of a chest of drawers, and now she's all scratched and damaged. Oh, I'm sorry. AJ, I will do a flip through on my channel when it arrives, maybe even color a page. The paper looked amazing. Yes, well, on Japanese books, the paper is often really good. Okay, I need to kind of turn the book a little bit. I'm hoping that you won't get a bloody vertigo because of that. But it's easier for me to kind of bring the stem out if I'm bringing it downwards. Okay, like this. Like this. Like this, and like this. See how it's much easier if it's just bring it down instead of trying to do it sideways. I'm doing the same here. Ouch, sorry. Now, the very narrow ones, there's no point trying to, because it would essentially be on top there. So there's no point really trying to do it there. On the more, I'm going to have wider ones, flatter ones, there would be point to kind of, bring it up here. And this one as well, it has enough room to have a stem in the middle. It's not stem, I know, it's called something else, but yeah, well, sorry. Okay. Oh, I didn't put white in here. Huh. See. I will also probably put some gel pen or acrylic marker to further kind of brighten the tips of the wings and stuff. I'm trying not to kind of go overboard here. This bit will be more dark to start with, because it's more in a shadow of the bird. Karen, and yes, the post packs are easy to open. You don't need scissors or a knife, just your hands, and very neat and tidy. And the receipts are funny. I must have been drunk. 1,509 for those pens. Oh. Andrea, Emma, at this point I think it's safe to say that I would like to see Annika to color everything. Thank you. Oh. I think I have seen your channel, Adrian. Pretty sure. I will watch your videos tomorrow while coloring. Thank you. Aww. Jess from Coloring Bumblebee said yesterday on the stream that ordering from Amazon Japan, the first book is around £20 and every additional book adds about... Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. Yeah. But I usually order some other stuff as well. There are just certain things that I like to order from Amazon Japan, or, it's just cheaper to get them from Amazon Japan. For example, my real brush pens I ordered from there, which I very much love and adore still to this day. I'm keeping it kind of this way because it's easier for me to... This is now, it looks like magenta, light magenta, sorry. I'm now bringing some magenta. I'm flicking it in. Okay, I forgot to put the stem into this one, so let me see. Yeah. So I'm flicking it in now, and now I'm essentially brightening with that magenta. That a bit dirty area there where the paints were just glooping, because they like to gloop, these paints. So I'm just flicking it towards the end of the feathers. There's several ways to do feathers, and you can go like super realistic way. You could create textures here and stuff. I possibly not going to do that. I'm going in more stylized way because the whole picture here is pretty darn unrealistic. Like, I've gone for matte colors and such, so I'm not too worried about the birds looking super realistic, although they are drawn in a very realistic manner, I have to say. Like, Kanoko is fantastic at drawing animals. So, flicking that upwards. Sorry, I'm out of shot again. And here as well, just flicking it in from the blue towards the white. And this would be a fairly simple way to kind of create slight bit of a, it still looks a bit textured, you know, but it's not overcomplicated coloring wise. And sometimes you don't want to super complicate your life. We're not going for photorealism here. It's not Chris Chung. Because, yeah. It is looking very good, thank you. Andrea, you're planning to order Aries World Series. Oh yeah, those are cool. Karen, I ordered some Derwent pencils from UK mid-February and they haven't shipped yet. What? I'm getting free delivery because I'm with Prime, but March 18th is the arrival date. Japan, a few days. That sounds crazy. Cindy, I might yap a lot in your post because you need more subscribers. I love your yapping. We're always having so much fun. Andrea, sorry I missed. What's the channel's name? Emma, in England you miss appointments because you often don't get the letters about the appointments until after the appointment. The quill. Yeah, that might be the word. Yeah, Jana, I think you're onto something anyway. AJ, we got a good healthcare system in Colombia, no deductible, and only a small copay even when you need a surgery. Yeah, well, like here it depends if you go in public or if you're going private, but it's pretty decent. Like it's overwhelmed a bit, and there's too much bureaucracy and shortage of actual kind of hospital spaces and doctors often, but you can get most of the healthcare free. Like if it's serious, you do pay when you go into the GP, which is general practitioner, your family doctor essentially. You have like a visitation charge, but mostly, you know, if you actually have to do something serious like surgery or something happens to you, no, you don't have to pay anything. Hi Hadassah. The page is like, oh, thank you, thank you. No, I'm trying to at least, you know, do most of that one bird here before I finish today. I know it's getting quite late, but yeah, the trick about doing them like this is not to overdo them, which, you know, I do tend to overwork things. Okay, now I need some blue in this area as well. I need to kind of darken it here on the edges. And now I'm taking it once again, you know, flicking inwards. And then I'm taking, like, this pencil is too blunt. Sorry, I made noise. See why I need new dark pencils, yeah? They're soft, therefore they wear down. So I'm putting a little bit of like little flicks and texture in there, and here as well, just a little bit here and there, bit of texture, and here a bit more because that's where the foot is curving away from the, well, the leg is curving away from the foot. The foot is drawing a bit of a shadow there, or claw, whatever you call that, bird's foot, okay? So I'm putting in little flicks of texture like that with that blue, and then I need some, this is turquoise green, so I'm doing the same thing essentially. I'm flicking in bits, but I'm trying not to go over all the lightest parts. I kind of want them to stay light. And then I am picking up parrot green, which is slightly lighter, bit of a turquoisey tone, and doing the same flicks. And so those couple of kind of almost white areas, I'm leaving those untouched essentially. And I'm also going over that blue here that I put down to kind of soften it and blend it a little bit. And I'm taking once again the turquoise green here and also doing some flicks there, and the parrot green also. And now I'm taking the white, oops, that's very, very blunt white, and I'm going to kind of lighten the areas here like this, so I would have better contrast, and also taking that light slightly in like this in a textured way. And here as well, I'm now taking that white and doing little strokes with the white like this. There you go. And here as well, some strokes with the white. And here I already made those tips pretty white. I want some brighter pink there. Okay, sorry, I'm going to do the buzz again. Millie, you're making me extremely jealous with your healthcare stories. Yeah, like it's not ideal, but yeah, listening to some other stories from some other countries, you know, count your blessings. I will use this page as an inspiration. It's stunning. I don't color the birds. I have to look up some tutorials how to color them. I have no idea where to begin without using watercolors. Karen, there were two things I wanted to let you know. You mentioned them in a video which might have been a few weeks or months ago, so they might not be questions anymore. I might be answering, but okay, let me know. I'm now curious. In a video last night, you were baffled by a green pack of jelly rolls, how they seemed different in their performance. Temu sells rip-offs. They're pretty good, but they're not the real thing. Jelly rolls. I might have, yeah. But I don't buy jelly rolls from Temu. Now, this one, I kind of wanted to brighten up those wings that kind of, I feel that I need some transition color between that fairly stark whitish color and very dark blue. So I took in violet pink, which is just lovely, bright, cool pink, but on the lighter side. And I'm just going to flick that now in towards the white. And I think it's going to look better. No, yeah, definitely. It just gives that pizzazz. Yeah, I'm creating this quill area in the middle. Just brightening that up. yeah, I think it looks better with that one. That's what it was missing, and it kind of also neatens it a bit, because the watercolor, as you saw yourself, was not laying down very well. I'm going to drop some pink into these feathers as well, just to have a variety here. I'm not going to put pink there, but I'm going to drop some a little bit here, and I'm also going to drop it here into these, just to kind of smooth things. And oops, now, and now I think that's better. I think that looks better. Healthcare in the USA is outrageous. When I got sick and needed surgery for my tumors to be removed, I had to pay $8,000 deductible to get the surgery. What? I do not believe into, like, healthcare should not be something that is charged for. That's the whole job of the government, to, you know, why are we paying taxes? Like, that's something that every government should work towards, that healthcare and education should be free for every citizen. It's just such a basic human thing. Like, I don't even understand, you know, why it's not something that is naturally just... Okay, sorry, got distracted. Red purple, as once again one of my favorite colors in this. And now I'm doing the flicks again, and I'm now positioning those flicks. Kanoko herself has, I'm going to try to bring you a bit closer so you can kind of see. Kanoko herself has put some kind of like texture lines into the bird's body, so I'm essentially going over those flicks. Okay. And not just these, but, you know, definitely I am going over those texture lines that she has put down. And possibly here as well. Just creating a bit of a shape there. Putting shadow over the eye. Like this. And under the chin. And okay, now I'm also bringing back the red deep violet, because I want part of the face to be kind of more on the pink side and part more yellow orange side. So here I'm putting in the deep violet, which I went a bit overboard with. Let me do a bit of it. I didn't want to bring it that high. Okay, that's better. So I'm going to put it like this under the chin a bit to the birds. And I need something like light violet. I'm going to put that a little bit onto the cheek here. I'm not sure I like it, actually. No, I don't. I want something lighter here, so I'm actually going to go in with white here. Yeah. Going in with white here, so I'm creating a bit of a puffy cheek effect. And taking that pencil that is called manganese violet, and I'm very, very slightly putting that on the edges of the white. So that gives me a pink effect that I actually wanted. Cindy, same glitter, but my coloring is very beginnerish too. I don't mind, I know it will come, but I prefer to be better. Oh, Cindy, come on. Just enjoy yourself. That's the thing, like, we're all worried about, you know, how good or how bad or whatever. It's just, we need to relax into it. And if you relax into it and just enjoy it, it'll come. Emma, I think I might have to buy some warmers. They look like good pencils. They are good pencils. They're really nice and pigmented, and they lay down so soft. And I can choose, you know, how vibrant or how strong. I can do very, very soft effects with them, and at the same time I can do really strong colors. So that's red purple again. I'm going to soften that transition here over kind of the dip or eye socket type of a thing. And I am now dropping in, let me find some orange. Do you have, is that's not dark enough. I need something darker. So I have orange that is called Pale Vermilion. I'm dropping some of the little flicks, and here I don't do anything smoothly. I do everything essentially, you know, little flicks, or most of the stuff anyway. So I just dropped some of it in here and there. And on the feet here, I'm going to put tiny bit here as at the bottom of the foot and the bottom of the claws, and here and here and here, like this. Let me see what's happening in the chat. Last night, Karen, last night I bought some fluid made by Stadler, which is blending fluid. You mentioned if anyone knew how to replenish the blenders. This was $15. Okay, so it's probably €4. Yeah, I might try that. Cindy, okay, I have to take the boy to hospital now. He does want to go, but my husband, he does not want to go, I presume, but my husband is on it all, making him go. Okay. Okay. Emma, I think I might have to buy some warmers. Yeah, okay, I saw that. Sorry. Yeah, I hope that everything goes well for you, Cindy, and, you know, there's nothing badly wrong and things can be resolved easily enough. Karen, sorry, you said you bought the jelly pens from Team. Oops, my bad. No, jellies I have. My jellies were from Amazon. No, the jelly rolls are from Amazon. They're actual real stuff. I'm sorry, in Adria, not in the USA, in Colombia, yes, we get not completely fair, pay $30 for a month for Amazon Care, but that is not much considering, you know, the rest of it is real. Chris, I agree, education and healthcare should be free. When I go to the doctor, they charge me insurance $250 just to take my blood pressure. Yes. Then there's a long list of other charges for simple things. Exactly that. None of that should be charged. Like, this should be all free. That's government's literal job. Melinda, that's crazy. My husband was at home for a year, 6 surgeries on the hand. He had accident at work. We haven't paid a single euro. He got money back for the wait to therapy and so on. Yeah, that's what it should be. It's not as kind of a free and good in Ireland, but it's very, like, if there's actually seriously wrong, you know, if something like serious happens like that, you know, surgeries or accidents, you don't pay a penny. For kind of elective surgeries in certain situations, you know, if you wanted them earlier, you want them private doctors, you might need to pay something like, they say, like excess of the insurance, you know, but it's not that much. Like, it's nowhere near what Americans are paying. Yeah, you might have to pay like 150 euros or something like that. I don't know. They paid taxi for weeks to the appointments to the hospital because he couldn't drive. I can't imagine to worry all about the pills. That's the thing, like, it can devastate the family, absolutely. Just, you know, somebody getting sick. It's just awful to think of. Lucy, I feel lucky about living in Brazil because it's a mixed public, free and private paid system. We have no co-pay if we decide to do it privately, but we can do it on the public system just fine too. Yes, it's pretty much the same in Ireland. Hi, Rebecca! Hi! Your electricity just came on after being knocked out from storms. Oh, yes, your area has storms. I keep forgetting. It's been quite storms-wise, quite reasonable. There was a little bit of a, you know, what we would call a windy day here, but some weeks ago. But haven't, like, often there would be storms in February in Ireland, but there hasn't been like one that would really hit bad. Okay, I'm going to do the bad buzz again. I'm going to work over that little beak thing. There's a little thing on top of its beak. Okay. I'm going to also take no. And I hope it won't go through. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Kind of made things a bit messy with the black here. So I'm tightening it and tidying it up a bit. It's just a fine liner. It's a hoo-hoo one. I have these ones because they tolerate alcohol markers as well as water. I needed something like that. I didn't want to have two separate sets, whatever, you know, these ones should be okay with both. Just tidying that eye a bit. Okay. I think that's it, and then I'm going to put some extra bit of a shading here and there on the foot. Now, and I'm going to put some yellow on there as well. I know that I had some yellow here. And, you know, when I'm finishing the image, when I'm actually putting the last touches onto it, I will also, you know, put some extra, like gel pens or whatever into it, you know, some edges, kind of clean them up, bring things more forward. But at the moment, color-wise, colored pencil-wise, I'm flicking it in a bit so it would be a bit more like feathers here at the top. I think that's pretty much how I'm going to leave it for this bird anyway. Maybe brighten this feather here at the top. You can see how good this white is. It really is such a good value, that pencil. Okay. And here on the foot as well, I'm going to brighten the top here. And here at the same story here with the front of the bird, I'm going to put some white little flicks, like I'm flicking inwards. And I'm taking the yellow now. This is nice bright yellow, which is dark chrome yellow. And I'm putting some yellow to the edge here as a kind of a strengthening the yellow here and there at the top here, definitely. I want it to be yellow. And then I'm taking the white again, which is still has some sharpening, and I'm going to pull in some flicks here and there. And because I didn't cover the whole bird, because I didn't create like overall like soft blend anywhere, I just put flicks in. There are free spaces between the flicks that are still watercolor zone, and watercolor, those spaces will grab the pencil pigment pretty well. So you can still put little textures like this on with white pencil. Like this. I actually don't like now that cheek, it's a bit too. It's manganese violet. I'm going to darken it slightly because it became a bit too prominent here. Yeah, like that. And I think that looks pretty alright. Let me get you back. Okay, that's better, you know, kind of a... So... Karen, no, the dreaded storms. Oh, yeah. Age, I meant if I get sick, the doctor will come and see me home. Okay. Karen, oh, so used to them then. Still no fun. Our hill and valley turned into tornado alley last winter. Hope it doesn't happen again this year. Oh, fingers crossed, no. Rebecca, so beautiful. So thank you. I always love watching your work. Thank you. Inspirational. Oh. What white pencil are you using, please? I never get good white to glow like this. Okay, this is a Woomer white, and it costs little cents, like, you know, pennies. It's less than $1 from what I know. I don't actually know dollar prices. That's no euro anyway. I'm not sure if it's less than $1. And they are now sold open stock as well. So when I ordered the pencils from Woomer, because I'm running out of my Prisma whites, when I ordered pencils from Woomer, I ordered some extra whites as well, because they are very close to Prisma whites. You know, they do very similar stuff, and they are way cheaper for me and way easier to get. Now here you can see the difference between the lamppost, you know, the way I did the top and the way the bottom looks. I now need to match the top to the bottom. It does look like metal, doesn't it? Like old, banged up metal, or kind of, I think the bronze or some sort of a metal that gets that patina, really greenish patina. I really like those. They're often in very old kind of towns and cities. Brittany, I got charity care from the Emory healthcare system, meaning they are paying for free for my healthcare through them for a certain time frame. Okay, that's good. Rebecca, love the effects of the bridge. I have to watch the whole show. The bridge was actually the top part of the bridge was done last week in the live stream last Saturday. I did basically pretty much the top half of the picture, you know, up to this part, and then the water and underneath the bridge. I actually have today's video that has. I'm showing in the video how I'm doing the water and how I'm doing those arches under the bridge. I did that watercolor bit in the video. It's bits and pieces video. It's called that, pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure. And the rest of it I pretty much did off the camera, because I get during the live streams very distracted by the chat. So most of the picture is actually, you know, it's just based. I just did some elements here with pencils today, and I still need to shade them with pencils. Like, you know, there's a difference between this bird and these two birds. They need to kind of be finished. Not a huge amount of work, but, you know, they need to be, you know, a bit of a texture and contrasts and so on. But thank you for lovely compliments. Oh, Rebecca, I live in tomato territory, tornado territory. Oh, God. They missed us yesterday, though. Glad you're safe. Oh, Karen, there's so much life in his eye. Again, bordering on photographic. We're big on birds, and my partner tried photographing them a bit, and he'd be very happy if he got that light in its eye. Oh, thank you. It's... I love birds as well. I have loads of bird feeders at the back of the, you know, backyard and everything. Huge fan of birds. So we do have a couple of I think there are literally a couple of colored doves coming to us in the garden, but no colorful doves like that, I have to say. I paint to which it... Oh, Karen, I watched that vid last night when you were doing the water and shadows. Yeah, this bit, the bottom, I did off camera. I just, you know, kind of like, I'm not going to... Otherwise, we're going to do the same page forever in this live stream, these live streams. So I just did some pencil work today. And as usual, most of it was chatting, so I didn't get very far. I'm watching Gizmo, my dog, try and play with my massive boy cat. There's no meeting of minds because neither of them have a brain. Oh, you're so funny, Emma. Adrian, you're from Texas. Okay. Oh yeah, tornadoes are scary. Like I can't even imagine living in the area where there's a danger of them. Like literally, that oh, it's terrifying. I think people get used to everything, don't they? Yeah, tornado can come anytime, but we'll just cope. It's like, oh. Yeah, no, well done, Annika. I love the color palette so much. Thank you, thank you. And once I clean everything up like that and add a bit of a gel pen, tiny little scribbly highlights. I'm not doing like strong outlines. I'm doing little squibbly, like touching more so, and textured highlights here and there. I think it's going to look pretty alright. Rebecca, Annika, would you do a series of watercolor? I think it's a love language. I do love watercolors, yes. I've been thinking about it, but it's kind of hard to do because it all, in a way, it's not that hard to do, but the problem is that a lot of people wouldn't know. Like, you need to be comfortable somewhat with mixing. Ideally, I would almost start with a watercolor set that only has like maybe 12 colors, and then we'd learn mixing together, or I have a watercolor set Mei Liang that has loads of colors, and I have done a couple of little tutorials with that one because it's fairly cheap and people can, if they want to follow, they can follow. But yeah, ideal would be that people just get comfortable and learn. You can pretty much mix most of the stuff with 12 basic colors. So Karen, have you ever seen fruit doves? No, I haven't. Are they something like that? So pretty. Oh, Melinda, you bought the English edition and you like the paper. This is Japanese edition. It's the original version, and I love the paper in here. It takes watercolor or any water media so well, and it also takes pencils really nicely. Then again, I have to say that Woomers go down pretty much. Most of the paper is pretty nice. I don't know if watercolors would work great in it, but Pablos look amazing. Yeah, I know that on the UK ones at least, the pencils lay down really nicely. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Andrea thinks it's my favorite page. I love that bridge juxtaposed with the houses and sky. It's really gorgeous. Thank you. Oh, I need to do a little bit of kind of a, fixing and shading here and there and giving a bit of a shape to those like rims or edges here. But that won't take long. It's literally a couple of strokes with a pencil. Chris, our doves are boring. They're either white or white with some grey. Yeah, the doves we have here are pretty boring compared to these as well, but I do not think that these doves actually exist anywhere in the nature in these exact colors. I just pretty much tossed my whole palette onto those doves. Oh, I need to Google the fruit doves then. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I need to get my stuff together, put it away at least, most of it, and get some sleep because it's getting very late here. One needs to sleep occasionally, not overly often, but yeah, I think I need some snoozing. thank you very much for being here, okay? You're such a joy, and we had so much fun once again. The only problem with having so much fun with all you that I don't get as much coloring, you know, done as you possibly would wish me to. I'm sorry. I get too distracted about having too much, you know, good time and fun with you people. So, yeah. Yeah, I can imagine the Japanese version can be tricky to get in some areas. Japanese version does handle water better, yeah. Okay, mwah. Thank you so much for watching. I really need to get myself now away from here. I can sit here for a long time still, but I'm going to feel it tomorrow. Thank you, Hadassah, thank you, Gail, thank you everything. I can't call everybody out because I'm just getting mixed up and I don't want to miss anybody. But thank you all for coming, and hopefully we'll meet again. Next, yeah, I know for Melinda it's going to be especially late now. Like it's late here, it's 2:30 here, but it must be even, yeah, it's worse for you. So thank you so much, and hopefully next week, okay? Fingers crossed we can all meet, everything goes smoothly, nobody, you know, nothing happens, nobody gets sick, whatever, and we can have another good natter together, and some coloring possibly even. I might do something with watercolors, but some watercolors that actually bring me joy, okay, this time. So I have the idea of doing something in Fabiana Attanasio books, the old ones, the fairy tale ones. So watch that space. So thank you, bye.